I'm amazing.
Yeah,
I'm amazing.
Oh, what the hell?
Oh, he killed me.
I'm getting brutally slaughtered.
No, that was an accident. No, that was an accident. That was an accident. Ooh, was that a triple collab? Get up. No. Ah! No! Get up! Get up! No! Oh! No!
Why this happened to me?
Oh. What did I do? It's an accident. Oh, what?
Why? Why? What?
I hate this game. I freaking hate this game. Oh, I fell. I did the water bucket thing. I did the water
did
bucket
it.
thing.
Nice.
Don't touch him. No!
Last Pokemon left, and our full team still with us. The nerves were high, but seeing that it was a Torkoal gave us some relief.
Torkoal. I changed to the wrong guy. Hydro pump the hell out of him. Let's go!
Just like that, we defeated the champion of the Hoenn region in our first ever Pokemon Nuzlocke.
Yo. Feels good to be back. It feels good to be back. Last time we got 3 super awesome guys, and this might be our best run yet. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Where's the button for the other music? There we go. Gonna try to stream Sundays as well. Okay. Let me see. I guess streaming avatars is unnecessary. Okay. We have Suri Pokemon here. And I have to press buttons. I think I want to I think I want to get into streaming possibly every day, or at least like 6 days a week as opposed to 5. Just because every time I don't stream for a bit and I come back to it, I feel like off. That makes sense. What do we got? We got a level 6, a level 6, and a level 8. I thought we trained these two to level 8. But I guess we didn't. So we're going to train them to level 8 before getting rollerblades, which is up ahead. And then I think with 3 level 8s we'll be good for the first gym. Because then we'll probably level up maybe 1 or 2... Duskanor. 1 or 2 levels against the first thing. And then... Why did I use Signal Bind? I mean, Signal, whatever. Is Bind's not going to let me escape? Let's see how much Icy Wind does. Oh, okay. I should have led with Icy Wind. What's the point of lowering my defense? Well, I guess for Bind, but like, he probably has special attacks. Not really physical attacks. Oh, he disabled it. Damn. Oh, I should have headbutt. That was dumb. That was really dumb. That was really dumb. That was... No! Okay. Jesus Christ. Alright, we're gonna headbutt. No, we can't headbutt. I'm an idiot. Ah! Can we switch out? We can't. No, 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 no. Signal beam. We're gonna try to run away. Can't run away because of bind. Shit. We need to crit with signal beam. Oh, okay, it killed it. It did crit. Jesus Christ. First battle of the day against a wild Pokemon and we almost died. Oh my god. Okay. Leveled it up though. We'll get Dugong to level 8. It's only 1 more level. We should be Gucci to move on. Oh, this is easy XP also. Unlike the last Pokemon. We could have used Signal Beam actually. I don't know how much Signal Beam would have done though. Okay, level 7 going on to level 8. If we have 3 level 8s, level 9, level 10, level 11. Yeah, I think this is perfect for the first gym. With 3 level 8s. The skateboard guy will go down and then we'll be Gucci. We got Wish. We got Luck at level 8 already. Let's get God to level 8 if we can. Let's see if we could do it. Come on, God. You're a freaking God. We got so lucky getting you. I really hope we don't lose you. Actually, I think we might get... Oh, that's super effective. I think we might get a move. Like at level 8 or something. I didn't know I had this on my backup playlist. Oh, wow. Nathan actually requested that last time. That's why. I was like, what? For a second. A very sad sounding song. Okay, he's already at level 7. Got him to level 8. What the hell? Shelia. It's only a level 3. So we could just powder snow it. Okay. That didn't do much. Heck, Psycho Cut. Critical hit. That's powder snow here. Psycho Cut. Psycho Cut is such a scary sounding move. I think it does a lot of damage too. I don't remember though. So it's good that we kind of absorbed that. Okay, we go heal up and we get him to level 8. We should be good. And we'll level it up. Ibaru it up. Spheal. Oh, we actually killed the Spheal trying to catch it earlier. So this time we're just gonna kill it. Wow, we should have used Mamoswine for him. I didn't realize Peck would do that much damage. Because that's a good range for catching Pokemon. But you're gonna have to die, Spheal. Jesus, still not. Takes a lot of XP to level him up, which is not a bad thing. Level her up. Miss Magius. Everybody. Let's see how much Peck does. Kind of did more than I thought. Spite. That's annoying for not competitive, but for like if we're versing the Elite Four or something. But that's fine against a freaking wild Pokemon. Probably preferred. Jesus, it's frozen. We're probably gonna get a good amount of XP too, just because it's a pretty decent Pokemon. 98 XP. Okay, I don't. Yeah, that's kind of a lot. It was almost half a level. And for the big boy Mamoswine. All right, we're gonna Barstarola Skater now. Let's go. Let's go. I don't know who to put first. Let's look at their moves again. I don't remember their moves. We got. Oh yeah, Freeze Dry was owning. We might put. Yeah, let's put Luck up at first, even though it's not our starter, but whatever. What's up? 3 Pokemon is so nice. Chandelier. That's annoying. That's really annoying. Wait, I don't think Fire is gonna do really anything to him, to Luck, right? I'm trying to look at the stats right now. Yeah, Fire doesn't do anything because it's Rock Ice. So it's just like normal. I actually forgot about that. Like, it's pretty lucky because so many things. Damn it, a Confuser. So many things mess up this team. Ice only. I kind of want to change out because of Confuse Ray. Wait, will Water do anything to God either? Because Fire. I guess Fire against Ground seems like something that's 1/2, but it's not. And then we have Wish. Actually, we have a good team against Fire Pokemon. What is it gonna use? Flame Burst. Oh, that did a lot more damage than I expected. We're gonna change back out to Luck. Why is this a stupid fully evolved Pokemon for the first Pokemon we'll go up against? What is that? Hex Attack? I forgot what that does. We're gonna Thunder Wave here. I thought that Chandelier was pretty fast, but damn it! Jesus, that did so much damage. I don't want to lose a Pokemon now, but switching out over and over is not the best idea either. Okay, let's change. I'm gonna assume Hex instead of Flame Burst here, so I think God could tank like... No! How did... What the hell? And it never gets paralyzed. Are we gonna lose this? Oh my god. Okay, I guess we have to Signal Beam here. Jesus Christ, it did 1 damage. We just lost the whole frickin' game. Like, it only got paralyzed once also. Smog. Really? We just lost. We just lost this for... Oh, why did I headbutt? Okay, we lost the... Ah! The first decent run in forever, and we go up against, like, the most stupid thing ever. And Freeze Dry does, like, so much less than expected. Okay, we somehow survived, but we had to lose a Pokemon. Against the freaking random trainer. It's not even like a gym leader. Jesus Christ. Oh, shut up. Give me the roller skates. I don't care. Alright. We're gonna freaking... There's no purpose for this because... because of how this goes, but... Let's put set mode on. Oh, so stupid. How did we already lose a Pokemon in the first 15 minutes of the stream? What I've done. Who died? Oh, thank God Luck didn't die, actually. Because Freeze Dry is insanely powerful right now. It does 70 damage. Mamoswine is really good, too. Who died? Wish died, right? We had a bug move too, which was good for type coverage. Well, decent for type coverage. God damn it. That's so it just pisses me off how hard I made this for myself. I don't know why I made it so hard. Oh my god. I mean, having 2 Pokemon to go up against the first gym leader is not a bad thing. But the fact that we lost one and we couldn't catch one is annoying, especially since we lost one in the beginning of this stream. Like, the timing is just terrible. Not like there's any good time to lose. Santa you make herself. Did a live stream thing go out? Oh, it did. No one's here. Okay. Let's save because forget to save. It's not good. Let's go. We don't need to verse this guy. Honestly, I don't even know who to use against her, so we're just gonna verse her. Magpie, of course. Oh my god. I mean, we're okay against fire Pokemon here. The only problem is our ice moves don't really mean as much. It's very frustrating to go up against them. Oh, Magme doesn't move, but the other Pokemon reverse does. Chandelier. And thankfully, Freeze Dry does quite a bit of damage, so. Even if it's not very effective. We could probably carry with luck through the early parts of the game. I shouldn't say probably, but possibly. Ooh, Rock Throw. Yes, we want that stuff. This does 40 damage. This does 70. They're both special attack moves. I mean, this move is super effective on water types. Oh shit, I didn't even know that. Okay, yeah, Powder Snow is obviously the worst move we have here. Rock Throw is actually perfect against like Chimchar. We're gonna Rock Throw right here. Let's go, die. We have good type coverage, so getting Rock Throw actually makes me a little happier after losing a Pokemon in the first like 5 seconds. We have a Pokemon that isn't affected by fire type though, which is good. You know, can't complain, could complain, but don't need to complain. Come on, climb that thingy. Alright. We also have rollerblades, which is nice. And my nose has been stuffed ever since I was sick, which is also nice. Started watching Haikyuu too, finally, after like months of not watching it, which felt very nice. Gotta verse the gym later now. And I'm probably gonna screw up and run into one of the trainers by accident, so we're just gonna save here also. And I think going in with luck is better, since luck is a higher level and has better type coverage and doesn't die to fire type moves. Okay, let's kill ya. Battle music. You're going down, Viola. The Dean. Okay, that's actually good. Ground type moves is super effective. The Dean is just electric type, I'm pretty sure. What generation? Is this from 6th gen? I think it's from 6th gen. It is an electric fairy. I was completely off. Which means it dies to poison and to ground. Actually interesting to keep in mind. We obviously can't do much there. Ice will do normal damage, so I think Freeze Dry is the way to go here. Actually, to be fair, Thunder Waving it wouldn't. Never mind. It's electric type. Okay, Tackle is fine. That was easy. Second Pokemon. Hey, God, what's up? You are first. Welcome in.
Monkey do good. Monkey do very good.
Okay, Venomoth will also die from Freeze Dry. Hit! Don't hit yourself. Good. A critical hit, Jesus. Is that disable? We could rock throw, that's the good thing. It became a mod? Oh, nice. In whose channel? Don't hurt yourself, Luck. You loser. I should really change out here. I'm gonna change out. How are ya? How's life going, God? Yes, it can't move. Why are we getting so low? No, I should have powder stone. That was really dumb. Dark Halloween Night channel? Nice. I don't know that channel, but is it a Twitch channel? Powder Snow barely did anything. That sucks. Alright, we're gonna switch out here. Is it a big Twitch channel or a small Twitch channel? That's cool. Congrats. It keeps supersonic king. It's like it knows when I'm gonna change out. So we're gonna change out again. Small? Okay, cool. I'm gonna assume it's gonna supersonic, so we're gonna powder snow and then change out. Hey, it's paralyzed, so we should have changed out. We're just gonna go for the kill with God. Let's go. Okay, we got it. Okay, good. Oh, that was easy. Luck just reached the level cap too. We lost a Pokemon like 15 minutes in, God. How you doing though? How's life? I don't know, how's life? Like my favorite question. How's life? We got a 25 level cap now. God damn. I don't like how it shows the side. Oh, kind of just fixed it. Kinda. Jesus. You learned the way? The way for what? Bring that down. Bring that down. God damn it. Look at all that things. Why is it showing? Wait, I think that's worse. If I have to move it. Okay. That should fix the problem. Hey, that looks better. It's almost perfect. Almost perfect is good enough for now. You learned the way of being mod? Cool. What does the streamer tell you to do? Because different streamers are different in terms of how they want mods to be. Some want them to literally like just destroy everyone, and some want them to like just, you know, ban like bots like me. I only had to beg for a month. You begged to become mod? That's so sad, bro. I mean, cool. Why did you want to become mod? Duh. Yeah, but how is Dark Halloween Night? How do they want you to act being as mod? Okay, we beat the first. We get experience share here, so it's not all bad. Now we just need to find and catch a Kyurem. Oh no, we have to buy Great Balls. I almost forgot. Great Ball, Great Ball, Great. I have to say it over and over in my head, or else I'm gonna forget because I'm too dumb. Oh my god. Let's go. Ban all the bots and time out everyone. Nice. That sounds pretty awesome. Maybe I should do that also. Damn it. I'm just gonna buy antidote. I should buy potions, but I mean, potions don't matter much now. Since we have more than one Pokemon, we could change out, but. Oh my god, it's been a month? You learned a power? Was that the power you learned? Can I become mod? No. And you could beg for a month and you won't become mod. I'm just joking. There's mod applications. So if you look at the mod applications, you could see what's required to be mod. Say I did that so if people beg me, I could just point to that and be like, yo, listen, if you get those requirements, then you're good. I put the link there. Why do you want to be mod? That's one of the most important questiones. Chinchou is not an ice type Pokemon. Damn, Luck looks so sexy. To have power and be good. I like your honesty, but to have power is not to be good is good. Joking, here for real. Okay. Well, basically the basic requirements to become mod are to be here a lot, because that's important, because if you're not here you can't mod. And then I would have to ask the other mods what they think of you becoming mod. And that's that's the gist of it. I think there's like 2 other requirements: to be in the Discord so you could get stuff, and something else I don't remember. Lillipup is not a nice type Pokemon either. To be closer to being owner. But you'll never become owner. Never. I mean, you could be owner of your own stream, but this is a dictatorship. I dictate everything. Dictate everything. I don't know why I emphasize that, but yeah, mod is not, I mean, for small channels, mod is not that, like, you don't do too much, but welcoming, also seeing people who aren't mods, who want to become mods, doing stuff that would be mod-like before being a mod is good. So, like, if someone new comes in that was never on the stream, like, saying hello and, like, interacting with them would be nice, you know? Like, that's helpful. You know, if I, for some reason, bring up the Reddit, mentioning the Reddit, stuff like that. Jesus, this stupid little bug is so powerful. Okay, we ran away. I know, forgot I'm mod. Bro, I do that. No, you don't, but okay. I was just joking. Icicle Plate, that's actually good. What's up, DNL? How are ya? I have a new idea, by the way, guys. I haven't told anyone yet. Do you guys want me to tell you? This is the best, one of the best things to get right now. An Icicle Plate. How much do Icicle Plates boost stuff? Let's see. Icicle Plates boost percentage Pokemon. Whoa! Boosts the power of holders' ice type moves by 20%? That's insane. Wait, so if I have a move that's already 70%, I have a move that's 70 power. 20% is 14, so it's 84, and then with stab, I don't know how it gets calculated, but assuming stab gets calculated beforehand, 84 plus 35. Bro, that does over 100 damage. Jesus Christ. That's insane. That's actually crazy. I'm good, I think. You think? Okay. Tell me, only me though. Nah, I'll tell you all. I'm begging him to be mod. Yeah, I don't give people mod just because they beg. Not anymore. I learned the hard way. Your mom said I was doing over 100 damage. So funny. What was I saying? Oh yeah. The thing is that I decided to basically make a monthly like challenge thing for now at least. So this month we're trying to beat this Nuzlocke. It's really hard, right? We're also gonna do a 24-hour stream on the new Pokemon game that's gonna come out soon. So those are 2 things going on this month, right? Next month, I want to start this thing where I essentially play a game and I try to beat some type of challenge in it. Now, the game for next month, I won't announce yet because I'm not 100% sure yet. I mean, it's probably going to be that game. But you guys could guess what game that is and what the challenge is, but that should be fun. Basically, I want to make it feel like an anime, you know? Like each month is a different arc of the Ping Pong Moosters channel, you know? Like and it's like different challenges and stuff. So we'll see how it goes. But play Horizon down 2 next month? Nah. Horizon was okay. But that's not the game for next month. Like what would be the challenge? Beating the game or doing like 100%ing the game? Like that doesn't seem to like crazy, you know? Your mom had two things going on, if you know what I mean. What? That's not that good of. That's not a good one, bro. Sorry, God. Sorry, get good holy. I have to say your whole name. Klefki is gone. Bye, Klefki. I might play Horizon eventually, though. But I didn't know. Is it coming out next month? Is that why you're saying that? Can you guys guess the game, though? If you guess the game, I'll give you nothing. But I will be like, whoa, you guessed the game. How about speed? No way. That's actually very close to what I thought. My thought was speed running Mario Bros. 64. Super Mario 64. So not the original Mario Bros, but speed running Super Mario 64 and trying to get below 20 minutes. No cap. No cap. I'm not capping. Badoo is gone because I'm not going to verse the Badoo. Bro, do it. Yeah, that's the plan. Jesus, it's a chestnut. But before doing that, sorry. Before doing that, I want to I'm gonna get good XP from that. All right. Before doing that, I'm gonna try to make it a like I want to try to prep for it. So I want to talk to speedrunners in the space of Mario 64. I have to set it up, obviously. And I want to make maybe like certain like cool sub goals related to that, and maybe like having like certain emotes that are Mario related or certain awards Mario related. So I'm gonna have to like prep it, but yeah, that's definitely the big thing I'm thinking of. Big booty cop. I'd watch that. I'm gonna start streaming for an hour or two. Oh, cool. Right now, your mom was making that noise, bruh. Jesus. Oh, this year, bro. This year has been 10 days. All right. Talk to me when 2 months from today you're still doing 50 push-ups every day. Then I'll be proud. Bro, I'm an asshole. But honestly, whenever someone tells me like I lost 10 pounds over the course of the past 2 weeks, I'm like, good for you, but come back to me when you're not gaining weight. Like my point is like it's easy to do something for 10 days consistently. It's harder to do that for a month or 2 months, you know, or 3 months or a year or 2 years and make it your lifestyle. But that's pretty good. If you could keep it consistent, that'd be really cool, I think. What are you gonna stream, by the way? Jesus, why does my nose keep scratching? I'll tell you at the end of the year. Nah, I mean, obviously you could tell me like my nose is like scratching so much. You could tell me, you know, every so often, but yeah. I won't be proud until you're doing it more consistently. But that's awesome that you have started that and you've been doing it. I watched Q-Force. What's Q-Force? I don't know what that is. I actually watched a movie last night. Do you guys know Uncut Gems? It's an Adam Sandler's movie that's actually serious. It was, I don't know. People regarded it as like this amazing movie. I thought it was okay. I thought it was really like savage and sad, and it's like a depressing movie kind of. Get a life, bro. You're watching me and you're telling me to get a life. Got it. I'm just joking. Just joking. I'm playing Death Stranding, but when Horizon 2 comes out, I'll be streaming that. Oh, cool. When does Horizon 2 come out? Next month? What are those emotes, bro? What are we, YouTube chat? Cringe. I wish we could catch Sharpedo. Sharpedo. I love Sharpedo. I think it has good speed and attack, if I remember correctly. Sharpedo. Yes, I did remember correctly. I love when I remember things. Feels so cool. February 18th. Oh, wow. Yeah, then that also wouldn't be like good to do the month-long thing also because it's in the middle of the month, but your mom was on my Horizon twice. That's so dumb. That one was okay. I love this song. If you guys don't know this song, then you gotta know it. It's great. In the mirror. True. Try 100% the game in 10 days then. No, thank you. I mean, maybe in March I'll play it, but I mean, I'm gonna try to spend the whole month of February to try to get good at speedrunning Mario 64. So I think it's Mario 6, not Mario 6. Yeah, Mario 64. I'm gonna try the 16-star speedruns. I don't know how populated it is on Twitch, but you know, getting into that community and getting to know people, I think, is cool.
Hello there.
I know. Super Mario 64. Let me see. Liquid did. It's you, Chris, right? Bro, it took me like 10 seconds to remember. What's up? Yo, yo, yo. How are ya? Okay, let's see how many people are actually... Let's see how many people are streaming this game. That's actually quite a lot. That's a lot more people than I expected. What the hell? Lives... Oh, Ouija. He's like a big speedrunner on it. So we would probably be somewhere like here. You know. All my things. Cool. Your mom was liquiding last night. Liquiding's not a word, bro. But definitely try original Mario Bros. Why? Do you get my name? Liquid id? No. Liquid id. Yeah, I don't get it. I'll try original Mario. I mean, I've played it. I don't know if I've played it. I played Mario 64 when I was a kid, but you'd probably get a lot of random viewers, especially if summoning salt. You talking about regular Mario or Frostlass? We actually ran into an ice Pokemon. By the way, we lost. This is from last run. Some of you guys might remember. We lost a Pokemon like the first 15 minutes of stream. But I mean, getting this Pokemon would be great. This Pokemon's actually awesome. So we're gonna Thunder Wave here. Look what I did. A dream on. Ooh, I like your profile picture. Wait, what did you do? Do I want to... I don't know if I want to hit it. I feel like I'm too strong. True. Rock is super effective, and Freeze Dry is insanely powerful. So I think we're going to change out here to try to catch it. Summoning Salt always gets speedrunners' attention. Yeah, but what is speedrun? What is Summoning Salt? Like, is it a game? What is that? Let's Powder Snow. It shouldn't do much. Yeah, good. Any Mario or Zelda speedrun? I don't care. Summoning Salt, what was that? Look what I did. Oh, look at it. Look what I... That's... I don't know if that's look what I did, but okay. Look up Easy Speezy for ideas. Summoning Salt is a YouTuber. Oh, okay. Ideas of what? So confused of what you're saying, Dino. I'm just gonna do 16-star speedruns. Oh, ideas on how to speedrun it better? Is that what you're saying? Yes, 132 resets. Listen, it's a good thumbnail I can make with 132 resets, right? This run has been very weird. We've been... I mean, it's been short so far as a run, but if we could catch this Frostlass in one try, that would be great. Let's go, baby. Let's go. What are we naming this Frostlass? What do you guys want to name him? And God learns Mud Slap. I think okay, so Mud Sport weakens electric type moves. Electric type moves against ice isn't anything crazy, so we're just gonna take out Mud Sport. Summoning Salt 16-star video. Okay. Okay. Emo? What's emo? Liquid. Educate yourself first? Educate myself on what? The history of Super Mario 64 16-star world records. Bro, I've watched a lot of 16-star. I don't need to watch this video, but thank you. Ooh, Luck wants to learn Icy Wind. It's actually kind of pointless. I mean, we could take out Growl, but Freeze Dry does 70 attack. Like, it's literally a worse Freeze Dry, and Freeze Dry has 20 PP. So, we're actually gonna... Well, I mean, we could take out Growl. Let's just take out Growl. Name it Emo? Oh, is that what you were saying? It does look kind of emo. Nah. Alright, let's name it Emo. Emo. I have a friend, he's a rapper, and his name is Emo. Okay, we're good. I just doxed myself. Honestly, it's a good video. I know you'll like it. I'm not gonna lie, I might have even watched that video, because I do remember watching history of, like, speedruns. I also watched just a lot of 16-star speedruns. But yeah, I gotta get more educated on that. Not really. I'm gonna get educated while I do the big stream, you know? Gotta put myself more in the middle. Dugong died. But we got another Pokemon, so it's okay. Let me just write a note that Dugong is dead. We can't catch Spheal or Dugong, which kind of sucks, but my fault for losing one of those Pokemon. And, well, I guess not catching the other. It's both of my fault. Okay, let's save here, because I forget to save sometimes. Did you hear what happened to Elmo? No, what happened to Elmo? And why did you name yourself Look What I Did? Liquided. Did you think it was clever? Is that why? Because that's fair enough, but kind of funny. You should make it obvious that you're learning and it's challenge. Yeah, I will. I think I'm gonna title it like 1 month sub 20 speed run challenge or something like that, you know? For the Twitch titles, because that's essentially what it's gonna be. Like, first time player, 1 month under 20-minute sub 20 speedrun challenge. I mean, I played the game when I was a kid, but that's not the same. Gotrek-Man was supposed to be temporary. Oh, gotcha. I actually liked Gotrek-Man, to be honest. Liquid it just seems like you have a lisp or something. I don't know. Are you going to stream the new Arceus game? Yes! I'm going to do a 24-hour stream the second it comes out, which I think is the 28th. And I am actually super excited for that. I wasn't too excited for it before because, I don't know, I just wasn't. But now I'm pretty excited because I just am. Why is it so big? What, my penis? It's not. It's average size. Watch Easy Speezy. He does a bunch of random speedruns like Balloon Tower Defense in Minecraft. Okay. Please don't go further. What are you saying, God? Jesus. God has been following for 1 month and 2 days. Wait, you didn't do the command. Do what? You just copy-pasted that? What the heck? What is the song? Would you song request? Yeah. Alright, we're gonna have to verse 3 level 10s here. What language is this? Korean? Yeah, it's Psy. It is Korean. You'll be my curry, I'll be your rice. All his songs sound the same, bro. He learned it in under a month. He also did a mega big speedrun of Spider-Man PS4. Okay, send me a video of something related to him and I'll check it out. For the weekend streams, it would be cool to send, actually. Wait, did I heal my Pokemon? I don't want to make a dumb mistake. Okay, I did. Okay. Having a level 7 is a bit risky here, but, and that's but with 2 T's, I'm feeling pretty good about myself, so it's okay. Which I shouldn't. 3 level 10s have ruined the run several times in the past. But we have 3 Pokemon, so we should be okay. I got it from my daddy. I don't know if every month will be a different speed run necessarily. There'll just be different challenges. So like 1 month I was thinking to do a Call of Duty challenge where I try to get a nuke with a sniper. And I try to get 100 kills with the sniper as two like challenges to complete in a month. But I don't know how good that is as an idea, but yeah. He's learning right now. All right, bro. You don't need to promote other streamers while I'm streaming. I'm joking. What is this? Alpha 1, 2, 3, and 4 speedruns. The boy. This is my main platform where I usually post 4 to 6 times a week. Jesus, 4 to 6 times a week just speedrunning? That's pretty intense, bro. God damn, he got 2 million subscribers. Almost as many as we do. Pretty crazy stuff. See, I thought you were only doing speedrun challenges. Nope. I would not like to kill myself in a few months in a video game because Jirachi, great. That just sounds like hell. Why would I want to do speedrun? I subbed when he was under 100k. I'm proud of him. I mean, under 100k is still pretty good, but that's pretty cool. Did he know who you were personally, or? All right, I have to not screw up here, so I'm gonna just check out Jirachi's stuff. I think because Jirachi is Steel Psychic, we could. I mean, we don't have fire moves, obviously. Ice is halved. Rock is halved. I think we'll have to Thunder Wave into Freeze Dry and just hope for the best. I mean, Freeze Dry is not that bad anyway, so it used Wish. Okay, that's actually not bad that it used Wish. It could be a little frustrating, but depending on its next move, we could be okay. Okay, good. It's paralyzed. I mean, if it keeps using Wish, it's gonna get very annoying. But if it can't move every turn, then this is gonna be an easy battle. Swift. That did like nothing. Come on. Yes. Rest. Okay. He has annoying moves, but nothing too powerful. I don't know what his fourth move is, but he has Swift, Rest, and Wish. Two of those moves just heal up, and Swift doesn't do much. Depending on his fourth move, it just keeps resting. We should be okay. That was like about a year ago. Oh, wow. In a year, he got to like millions of views and like million subscribers. Good for him. He was always doing speedruns since a year ago. I give you the dumb badge. What did I do dumb? Wait, what did I do dumb? I'm going to try to Thunder Wave. So when that was really dumb. It's sleeping. Why would I Thunder Wave? That was actually so stupid. I think we're not fast. Okay, it has Confusion, which doesn't do much either. Okay, good. We killed Jirachi. Good. Luck is leveling up quite a bit too, and Emo is level 8. I thought that said Swampert for a second. Oh yeah, Freeze Dry is super effective on water type Pokemon. This is actually probably gonna one-hit KO. Let's go. That's so good. That is so good. That is like so freaking good. And next we got Golem. I mean, we're a rock type, so Freeze Dry should kill him. Yeah, because I think Golem is a rock ground type, and Ice kills ground, so that's good. Damn, we leveled up a lot. Do we want to take something out for Takedown? Takedown is 90. I don't, let me see. Amorara. I always forget how to spell stupid Pokemons. Amoris. Amoris has better special attacks, so Takedown doesn't seem to be smart. So we're not gonna teach it. Takedown. Hey, Emil's level 10. Let's go. Ooh, we could get a nice Pokemon here. He did a video on how good he could get in Zelda BOTW speedruns in a week. Nice. Told you. What did you tell me? You said name the next Pokemon Old God. What? I give you the dumb badge. But we didn't catch the next Pokemon yet. So what are you talking about? I'm so confused.
Yes, here we are. Speed.
Can you speedrun Super Mario Bros. In 1 week? So, what was the verdict? I'm not gonna watch the video. Was he able to? Did he speedrun it in a week? You could do it for Mario 64 video, but for a month? Okay. I don't remember. Oh my god! Wait, Ammonite is Water Rock, right? Jesus, look at these Pokemon. I thought for a second we got a... I think he's Water Rock. I always forget his type. Yeah, he's Water Rock. I always forget his typing. We're gonna take Marsh Tom and then just freaking release this stupid Pokemon. Daddy chill. I don't remember. Yeah. Blastoisinite. That sounds very... That rolls off the tongue very easily. Yeah, I plan to do research on how people do YouTube videos related to speedrunning as well. And I'll probably find his videos because he's really big. So, yeah. But thank you. Speedrunning seems like it's very annoying, but very satisfying at the same time. Kind of like Nuzlocks. Very annoying, but it's satisfying at the same time. Like right now, it feels it feels good that we're actually progressing through the game fairly quickly right now. But the second we lose, makes it suck. He does it really well breaking down the video, and it's a nice watch progression. Okay. I do plan on making it like this big video also on YouTube. So we'll see how that goes. Let's go heal up before anything else. Maybe you could add a twist to your style. Yep. I like adding a twist to my style on videos. You're dumb. You spelled dumb wrong. Why do you keep saying I'm dumb, bro? I didn't get a Pokemon. I can't name it Old God. Bro, I don't even know what you're referencing, God. Like, I don't even know. Hello? Hey, Buffalo, what's up? Are you like watching another streamer and commenting here by accident? I'm so confused. How you doing, Buffalo? I liked that video you sent me. It was actually cool. Actually, I did a Team Rocket Nuzlocke. For those that remember. Before this Nuzlocke. For the Team Rocket game, which is a fan-made game. And that actually explored a lot of the ideas that video explored. For anyone wondering, he sent me a video on like how there was like a big war before the Pokemon games were introduced and stuff. And some other stuff. How do you have 132 resets? Because this is hard. This is literally why. Nope, I'm here. I'm gonna time you out, God. You're annoying me. You're not even making sense. That's what I mean by making a Mario 64 video later after a month. You could call the video, how far can you progress in an... Oh, that's what you mean. Oh, that actually... That sounds like a good idea. I'll do some research into... I'll do some research into that. I'm gonna copy paste what you just said on the side. Because I thought... Yeah. That's a good idea. Just play. I'm playing. Your mom said you're not making sense. What? You spelled sense wrong. You're not making sense. I meant just play BDM. Brilliant Diamond. I did a 24-hour stream on Brilliant Diamond. I beat it. But I do like Brilliant Diamond. If I Nuzlocke it in the future, I'll play it. But yeah. Even if you don't beat it at a good time, you can show what it looks like progressing. True. But I will say for stream at least, I do plan to have a goal of trying to get sub 20, you know, and to speedrun the game in less than 20 minutes. You're playing BDM? How's it going, Buffalo? Oh, Black Desert Mobile? I literally thought you meant Brilliant Diamond. Like, Pokemon. Black Desert Mobile is the what is it? The shooting Roblox game or something, no? Or am I like way off? I think it is an FPS though. No, I don't want to hear your best joke. I've heard it before, bro. But yeah, that's fine. And honestly, a great goal. Yeah, right. I think that's cool. I think sub 20 is possible in a month too. Obviously, I don't know enough, but that's my assumption. And then I also have like I might have like a secondary goal there for beating another streamer or something. I want to interact with the community a bit. So that's a thing too. It's an MMO RPG. Oh. It sounds very familiar. I think someone else has told me about Black Desert Mobile in the past. I don't want to hear your best joke, but you could just say it anyway. You told me your best joke before, and it wasn't even that good. But you could say it. I don't know if it's possible. I've never seen your Mario skills and how good you are at. I've never speed run anything. Like I've never sped run anything. Sped run. That sounds messed up for some reason. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know either. But hopefully, sub 20 should be okay. It's on PC, Black Desert Online. Let's check this out. Black Desert Online. I've definitely heard of it. Because it does sound familiar. Maybe Nico was telling me about it. Yeah. I have seen this actually. I think Nico did tell me about this game. I have seen gameplay too. I was looking for an MMO to RPG to play with friends a while ago, and I think this game was just coming out a couple of years ago, maybe. And that's why I thought of playing it or something. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was this game. It's a grindy game. Yeah, a lot of MMOs are. Yeah, as long as it's fun. It's a new joke. Okay. It's nice to see you challenge yourself. I mean, that's what I that's what I like to do a lot. I like to challenge myself or to learn new things or to like get new skills. That's why I like doing 24-hour streams. But after a while, 24 hours, like I've done over a dozen. I've done more than 12 24-hour streams at this point. Like the Jump King 24-hour stream I think was great. The thing with challenging, like 24-hour streams stopped becoming challenging though, just doing them on their own. So I thought, let me just make this bigger thing, I mean, this Nuzlocke is an insane challenge too, but it's not as visible of a challenge because it's kind of slow paced. But yeah, if a man wants to rub your back in the shower, don't be like, "What are you doing in my house?" and scream. That's a very good joke. Sure. Wants to rub your back in the shower? I rubbed someone in chat's back before. I rubbed Liquidid's back. Well, no, I washed his back with water. I didn't rub his back. Hey, yo. What are the games would you think about challenging yourself with? That's a great question. I am not sure. But I thought of Call of Duty, like I said before. Going for a nuke with a sniper. I mean, that's pretty challenging. And I'm pretty decent with a sniper, so I think it's doable also. And getting 100 kills with a sniper too is another challenge. I don't know how challenging they are in terms of like every moment is like, oh my god, is he gonna do it? But that was one like just idea off the top of my mind. Yeah, I didn't think too far about it. I also thought about Hollow Knight. Doing something with Hollow Knight. I'm not sure exactly what, but something. You should do a BOTW speedrun. Those videos get big. I care about growth for sure, but I also want to do something that I'll enjoy. like, oh, this video will hit big. Like I'm aware of certain things that would be better for me to stream or to make YouTube videos on, but that I just don't want to do. BOTW speedrun. I don't know if I would want to do that, to be honest. I think speedrunning that, like, I don't know if I want to speedrun as a challenge for a lot of things. I mean, we'll see. Like, I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do exactly with everything in terms of Twitch and YouTube. So, I thought Pokemon would be a thing. I thought Call of Duty in the past would be a thing. But I always want to move on to different things. So we'll see how speedrunning goes, and maybe we'll do more speedrunning. We'll see what happens. Bye, God. I'll untime you out. Bro, how you became a mod in another channel when you're just telling people to, like, spam? I have no idea how to challenge yourself in any other way. But I probably have tunnel vision. Yeah, you're probably just thinking of one way to I don't know. Because you begged the guy to become mod. That's probably why. Yeah, I think it's very... I'm not sure either, to be honest. Like, I thought of Call of Duty again. I didn't think of it enough. But if I'm doing one a month, I have time to think about it too. So I kind of told myself that. But yeah, speedrunning is like one way to challenge yourself. There's definitely other ways. Doing Nuzlocks. This Nuzlocke is like insanely... Like we reset 132 times. And a lot of that wasn't my fault. It's because it's just hard. Like I am dumb in the things I do. But like in this case, it's just hard. But yeah, I'm sure there's other ways to challenge oneself. Like another idea I had actually was playing chess and getting a certain rating in chess. The thing is, all these things are very like drastically different, but I like doing drastically different things. I don't like doing the same thing over and over. So, yeah. What would I do for a PS5? I would pay money for a PS5. That's what I'll do. Oh, Dragonair. I have a PS5, so I probably wouldn't do too much for a PS5. Now, if you would tell me what would you do for $500, that's a different discussion. Now, if you told me what would you do for 100 gifted subs, that's another different discussion. Because like 100 gifted subs is $500. Well, 250 that goes to me, 250 that goes to Twitch, but it also gives us more emotes for the channel. So that's like a good long-term thing, which is different than just 200, you know? So, I don't know. How about those videos like beating Ratchet and Clank without weapons? Yeah, that's a you and Ratchet and Clank. But yeah, that's a great idea also. Beating games with beating games, you know, without taking damage and stuff like that. I thought I would make Pokemon my main game to go to, but this particular Nuzlocke has just been kind of driving me crazy. Then again, like future Nuzlockes will be better, so we might go back to Pokemon. We'll see. But those videos I think are good too. Like taking no damage runs, or beating games without weapons, or beating games without killing anyone, or stealth, you know, fully stealth and stuff like that. But I'll be honest, like what I like is improving my own skill set and like interacting with people. I like those two things a lot. And then certain challenges like speed running. Like I said before, maybe I love speedrunning, right? But speedrunning sounds like interesting, and like the Jump King challenge of trying to beat it in 24 hours, like that was really fun, I think. So yeah, maybe Horizon Zero Dawn, but without using your bow. Yeah, exactly, like something like that. Play Undertale without killing. Bro, I've never even played Undertale, so I would have to first play Undertale and then maybe play with killing anyone or without killing anyone. Yeah, or I could like make videos on literally like, okay, this is my first time playing Undertale. Let's see how far I go, how far I get within in 24 hours, you know. But that's a very different style, I think. I think if I were doing that, I would literally do like 2 or 3 streams a week. One of them would be a 24-hour stream. One of them would be just like watching videos on YouTube or whatever, and one of them would be whatever, and then spend the rest of the week just editing those 24-hour stream videos. But that's I don't know. That's a lot of work. Reset every time you kill someone. No, I understand the concept, but I don't know how Undertale works. Like I've never played it, so I don't even know like is killing people a thing? Is it hard to do that? So I just don't know enough about it. Shedinja. Oh, Shedinja's a interesting Pokemon, but not an ice type. Future. But yeah, Like, I really like that. I really like just. I like to talk, you know? I like to talk to people. Is that Smoochum? Shit. There's 2 ice Pokemon here? What? Wait, we have 1 chance to catch them both. What the hell? We literally have 1 chance to catch 2 rock Pokemon here. This has never happened before. Okay, the first thing we have to do is kill the strongest Pokemon, which are Samurott and Medicham. So let's kill Samurott first. This is super effective, so 1-hit KO. Yeah, there's 2 ice Pokemon here. We're getting so lucky with ice types. I'll tell you right now that you don't have to kill anyone, but it's super difficult. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the fact that it could be super difficult is like, I don't know if I want to do that before even ever playing the game before. But maybe that's what makes it more interesting too. So yeah, we'll see. Let's freeze dry the Medicham as well. Did it just use Bide? Okay, it's dead. That's good. They're level 5, so a regular Pokeball might even be enough. No, we can't catch both of them because you could only catch 1 at a time. I mean, you could with these you could only catch. Oh, that sucks. So the question now becomes, which Pokemon would we rather have, Cryogonal or Smoochum? Smoochum evolves into Jinx, and Cryogonal is just Cryogonal. You looked up Luigi Rule 34? Good for you, bro. I don't want to know that. It's a month, and it's a challenge. Even if you fail, at least you tried. Yeah, that's true. That is true. But if it's like so frustrating to do, and it's not enjoyable to watch, then it's just pointless. Like, even if it's a decent YouTube video that I could get out of it, like if the streams are just boring, like I'd rather not do that. So I would want to do a challenge that's not completely impossible, you know? All right, let's look, which I'm assuming this one would be closer to that. Okay, let's see. Cryogonal has insanely good special defense, actually really speedy, good HP, terrible defense, which actually is very annoying, but good special attack. It's a pure ice type Pokemon. Let's check out Smoochum. I just want to compare them for a second. So what's nice about Smoochum is it's an ice psychic, so it's a dual type, which means, you know, it could get some psychic type moves. Its special attack is pretty good. It's pretty speedy too, actually. But it's like a glass cannon. It's not very good defensively. So they're kind of similar. If it learns like something like psychic by leveling up, I think we'll go with Jinx with Smoochum here. The only thing is Smoochum is gonna be useless until it evolves. So it looks like it learns Ice Punch, but it's a special attacker, which is bad. Yeah, it doesn't learn anything good. But I'm assuming it could learn Psychic. Yeah, it could learn Psychic. So we would have to find Psychic and teach it to it, because items are randomized too. And with this guy, he learns Night Slash. That's actually... Oh, he has Confuse Ray, possibly. That's actually pretty good. Night Slash is not bad. Oh, he also learns Freeze Dry at level 36, though. Jesus. And learns Ice... Wait. This is the wrong game, probably. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it learns shitty moves in 6th gen. I mean, it learns Ice Beam at level 33. That's actually really good. Confuse Ray at level 45. That's so late. We would have to wait so many levels for this to be pretty useful. He might have Nightshare. He might have Sheer Cold. He's a special attacker too. I think we're gonna go with Cryogonal here, actually. Which means we can't catch Smoochum. I have to make a note of now. Sucks. There's 3 Pokemon already we can't catch now. One of which died. But yeah. I'm crying. Undertale is a good game. Just gotta save the game before you kill anyone. Okay. So you go back right before they die. You can look up Undertale Pacifist Run. You gonna head out? Okay. See you, Dinal. Thanks for the tips. I'll check out Undertale Pacifist Run. That sounds like a good idea. We're going to first, though, kill Smoochum, because we have to. That is annoying. Oh, I forgot we have Marsh. Shit, we have Marshtomp on the team. He's getting XP. We have to get rid of him. I forgot. Damn it. Let's go for Great Ball here. Might go buy more Great Balls as well. Like, why do I have to verse a level 5, bro? Oh, we could Thunder Wave it. I actually completely forgot about that. Come on, Great Ball. Yes. Oh, come on, my butt. Do we switch out here and try to catch him? With, like, Emo? I just don't want to kill it by accident. Emo might actually be okay, because Emo has Powder Snow and Astonish. Let's go to Emo. I'm just gonna double check. Astonish is a ghost type move. It does regular damage. Ice does 1/2, but Ice have stab damage. We're gonna try Powder Snow. No, is it gonna kill it? I don't know if it's gonna kill it. You know what? Let's try to Pokeball first. you can't song request from Spotify, unfortunately. Oh, it has binds and I can't use it on me. You have to song request from YouTube. Come on, Cryogonal. We don't have much money either. Raid hype. That's a cool emote. Oh my god, that was one more to catch it. Are you kidding me? Catch. This is actually very frustrating. It's frustrating because it like keeps wobbling until the last time. Okay, now it doesn't. Alright, we're gonna try to go with Great Ball here. You got sub? Nice. You got gifted a sub, yeah? Bro. Oh my god. What is that? Ice Shard? Wait, Ice Shard could actually be very annoying. Let's go! Finally. I don't want to name it Old God, though. That doesn't really make sense. Any other ideas? Yeah? What other ideas? I'm thinking just Snowflake, because he's a snowflake. I think we named it Snowflake before. Pedo? Yeah, I'm gonna go with Snowflake. Let's go, Snowflake, baby! That was annoying, though. We lost the Pokemon because of the Horde right there. Like, you can't do anything about it type situation. And we got Mr. Snowflake. Mr. Snowflake. What is he? Cryogonal. Gonna add him to the bottom over here. We do not have Swinub. Who said I wanted his name to be Pedo? No one did. I didn't say that. Alright, we gotta get rid of Marshtomp. He is not on the team. Stupid Marshtomp. Freaking ruins our other Rons. And he gets a stupid XP share. Because I forgot to take him out. We got 4 Pokemon for the second gym. Like, well, we're not at the second gym yet, but like, that's pretty crazy. Wait, did I heal him? Okay, everyone's healed. Okay, we're gonna go into double battle here. Who do we want out? I feel like everyone else needs to get XP, but Luck is really good. And Luck has an Icicle Plate, which I completely forgot about, which is very useful. So, we're just gonna go with the 2 guys we have right now. Ledian and Golett. Golett. I don't remember what... Golett is actually like Steel or something. Ledian is just a bug type. Golett is Ground Ghost, so Ice is super effective, actually. So what we're going to do is we're going to Freeze Dry Golett. It's probably going to one-hit KO. I'm gonna powder snow to hit both of them in case it doesn't one hit KO. Hey, it worked. You're eating? Okay. Okay, good. It used tackle. I was right to hit him first. I feel like Ledian is less scary to hit. I'm just gonna peck because why not? Freeze Dry is gonna kill. Hey, Snowflake's level 7. Not that crazy, but we're gonna verse one trainer, I think, here. I'm just gonna save. We're gonna verse Tierno. And then we should be good until later on. I think. Are there any more train? Oh, yeah. We have to verse one. We have to do a double battle with our rivals, I think, before the second gym, and that's it.
Hello there.
Hey, Doctor, what's up? Thank you for the IQ Plus. Thank you. So the first 15 minutes of the stream, we lost. We lost Dugong, but it wasn't my fault. We went up against the Chandelure, and we almost lost the entire team. Like, it was just very unlucky, like, setup. But now, we found an Icicle Plate, which boosts Ice-type moves by 20%, and Freeze Dry does 70 damage, and it's a special-type move, which is what this Pokemon specializes in, and we get stab damage. So we get over 100 damage, or 100 power with that move. It's, like, really, really good. So we kind of have our sweeper, essentially. We kept finding ice Pokemon too. We just got into a horde and we went up against a Smoochum and a Cryogonal. So we were forced to like drop one of them. So we got the Cryogonal. I was just making up for when God scammed you. Thank you. I've been here for the past hour and a bit. Oh. So I just said all that for no reason. Well, not for no reason. Someone else might have, you know, whatever. Oh, you've been here. Okay. Cool. Wait, if you've been here for the past hour and a bit, you missed first. God got first today, but you know, pretty good. Thank you, I appreciate it. He did scam me. I don't know if we should search here more for ice Pokemon because there is one more horde, and we're getting very lucky with. Yeah, this is the other horde. I don't think I saw any ice Pokemon. Yeah, none of these are ice types. I was actually here when that happened. I just assumed someone else got it, so I didn't bother checking. Oh. Gotcha. Okay. It was the first time in a while where I started stream and, like, no one was chatting, and I was like, damn, this reminds me of the YouTube days. Because that's how a lot of streams happen when you first start out streaming, you know? I mean, I'm still a tiny streamer, obviously, but yeah. We cannot catch Smoochum here, unfortunately. Imagine going into a horde battle with, like, 5 ice Pokemon. That's, like, the worst possibility. But yeah, if you have any ideas, let me know. Oh yeah, Jump King could be a cool idea also, like for a challenge of the month type thing. Like trying to beat the oh, that would actually be really cool. I think that would be a good idea. Trying to beat one of the Jump Kings. If I stream around 5 hours and I start most streams with tier list content and stuff like that, then, you know, assuming let's say 3 hours on Jump King only or whatever, times 4, that's 12 hours a week. In 48 hours, I could probably get pretty far. I could probably beat it, right? I was actually here when that... Oh, why did I read the same message twice? Alright, come on, any Ice-type Pokemon? Ludwig just did a try to speedrun all 3 maps within an hour total. You would need to actually beat them, but that would be a cool challenge. Ooh. I don't think I would be able to do that, to be honest. Was he able to do it? Was Ludwig able to do it? I've been thinking hard on where to push the content. I like watching a lot of like Mizkif, Ludwig, like not too much XQC, but like Destiny or whatever. But like I like watching a lot of like certain big streamers. So I'm just like on YouTube or whatever. I usually don't watch actual streams that often, but like maybe I should steer towards like trying to talk to them or something. I don't know. I think he got like 49 something. Oh wow. I didn't actually watch it, but that's what I heard. Damn. I don't know why I went back to heal up. That was kind of weird. Let me think. Yeah, we don't need to verse any trainers until the next town. I'm just gonna push the next town. But I don't think he did it back to back. It was more like a segmented run of his best runs. Oh, yeah, back to back. See, I don't even know if I could do that in a month. Like in 48 hours, like you said, I would have to first beat them. That would be very frustrating and very like it's just fun and crazy. But if you have or haven't heard, or if no one heard, whatever, I'm gonna do Super Mario 64 speed running. I'm gonna try to make that a thing next month. So that should be cool. I always go so far into the grass here, but I don't need to pass by this guy. I heard that'll be cool. Yeah, right? I also realized that a lot of people that pop into the chat and stuff seem to be like really into indie games. And like you love Jump King, right? A lot of people like Hollow Knight and like Ratchet and Clank, and they're not all necessarily indie games, but they're like lesser known games, and like people like watching the speed runs of that and stuff like that. And oh Jesus, I don't know how I avoided that guy. Oh, I just got so lucky. And that seems interesting. Cubchoo is definitely an ice type Pokemon, right? Or is it not? Cubchoo evolves into the Beartic. That's an ice type Pokemon. He evolves at level 37 though. That's a little frustrating. Beartic actually has really good physical attack. And it's pretty decently tanky. We could see that here. We keep running into ice type Pokemon. This is actually insane. At this rate, like we'll never, well, I don't want to jinx it, but this is looking really good. It's a level 9 too, so it's not that low of a level. We're gonna Thunder Wave and probably change out to Powdered Snow or something. But it has low stats, so I don't want to screw up and kill it accidentally like we did last stream. I've never seen Cubchoo in my life. Cubchoo is basically the pre-evolution of Beartic, which we used in, if you remember, during the Pokemon Gaia stream, we had it on our team. Which, by the way, that video will come out on YouTube soonish. Let's see. Ah, shit! I should have bought more Great Balls. I told myself I would, and I forgot to. Let's go! First try. Okay, that's good. That's so good. How lucky are we getting? Well, we have luck on our team, so I don't want to jinx it, right? But this run has actually, we've been getting the luckiest out of any run in terms of finding ice type Pokemon and strong ice type Pokemon. Well, except this guy, because she is not fully evolved. We could just call it Bear because it's a bear. It's not very original though, is it? It evolves into a big bear that looks like this, for anyone wondering. So if you have any ideas for names, you know. It's like a polar bear, I guess. I don't know much about bears. What level did it evolve? I think it's at 33 or 37. 37, Jesus. That's like mid-game. That's a bit frustrating. Just make sure to think a lot in hard situations so you don't screw up. True. Sometimes I don't have much of a choice, but you're right. And in hard situations, I think a lot of the times I just panic, which is dumb. And I'm like, I have so many Pokemon, I'll be fine, you know. And then I panic. Oh yeah, I watched did anyone watch the Uncut Gems, the Adam Sandler movie? I just watched it last night, so I feel like talking about it. We're gonna name you Bear. Cause you're Bear. His name was Ice in the other we're gonna name you Bear though, because you're literally a bear. Plus, I feel like we named other people Ice, since everyone is Ice. So we're gonna save right here. I never really explored this area, the purple flowers there. I should explore it more often. It's just because there's a trainer there I never really explored. Let's go heal up and buy no, we're gonna buy potions first. I'm gonna forget. If we have money, which is good. Not potions, great balls. We only have 4, but it is what it is. It's going to be a while before we get into a situation where we need to heal outside of battle. Well, when we verse the Team Flare, we might actually need that. So I'll have to remember to buy potions kind of soon as well. Luck is way too high a level right now. We're going to put you here. And we're also going to add Cubchoo to the down area. I wish we had Eukurum, but we have Cubchoo instead. Add Cubchoo here. We will have to train them all up pretty soonish. Yeah, that's a thing. Let me think. Nah, I'm gonna run in here a little bit to see if we get another ice type. Fusel's great, not an ice type though. I think God might not be the best actually, because God is too slow. I think Emo is a better choice here. But I didn't pay attention to the Wild's Pokemon. I think they're around Emo's level. So maybe it's not a good... maybe this is a bad decision. Alright, according to my list, the double battle is with a level 14, a level 16, and some other Pokemon. So we could train here a bit. I'm gonna Astonish into Powder... Wait. Oh yeah, it's a normal type. Ghost doesn't affect it. It's a normal fairy? Or is it just normal? I don't remember. Powder Snow did like nothing, so we're just gonna run away here. I mean, we could carry with our starter for the double battle. He's reaching the level cap. He's kind of far away from it, so it should be okay. I mean, we have 5 Pokemon. We have to train to like level 22, 23-ish for the second gym leader, which is like a good thing and an annoying thing. But I actually think Luck is okay here. We might need him for the double battle, that's why. Having some guys that are higher, kind of higher level would be good too. So we don't want to rely on one guy when there's a possibility that one Pokemon could just get demolished. So actually level 13 is okay, I think. We'll just stick to God. We'll just stick to this situation for now for the double battle. I mean, there's also the possibility of running into another Pokemon here in the next route, so. Blah, 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 blah. Why is my nose still stuffed? All right, let's go. Let's go. I'm gonna save right here. Let's go this way. Jesus. I always forget to go, not always, but a lot of times forget to go to the balcony here. So Flare, remember this time. I think at this point I could speedrun like the first half of this game. Like I know exactly where to go, exactly what to do. But obviously speedruns of Pokemon is a lot of RNG involved. And a lot of calculation, to be fair. I don't even know if I have enough money for this part of the game. Let's see what he says. Yeah, I don't think I have $1,000. Wait, what happens if I can't pay it? I don't think this ever happened. You don't have it? Well, I suppose I'll still let you in. Wait, really? Is that what he just said? Damn, that's awesome. I didn't know that. She just runs ahead. What does this guy tell you? I never actually talked to him afterward. What does he say? Yo, what do you say, bro? The proceeds from the entrance fee help pay for repairing and restoring the palace. Probably. That's funny. Probably. Because, you know, this guy loves spending his money. I don't know why I went into a girl voice there. All right, let's go straight to the next area. Here we don't need to verse anyone. If we don't go the way she goes, but if we go this way, We get cut. And we get straight there. Look how fast I am now. Let's pick this up since it's randomized and it's just a berry. This is not really the best thing. Okay, here's the dog. All right. I think I don't. Oh, I think she has to. Oh, never mind. You have to stand here, girl. Okay. I get it. I always forget. Okay. Now she has to stand. She has to stand here. Jesus. And we should be Gucci. Let's go. I'm so slow with learning stuff sometimes, but then I get pretty decent at remembering what to do. Okay, what did I want to do once I get money again? Buy super potions. That's what I wanted to do. And now, I do usually forget this, but I need to go to the balcony. It's so weird running on this side because it's like different directions. Which is this way. And we're going to have a sexy scene with her right now. Well, not sexy, but like, you know, that sounded weird. Not sexy, romantic. Okay. Look at this beauty. Look at this beautiful. Oh my god, my voice is like going crazy. How loud is that? Oh, it's not that loud, okay. Oh, so beautiful. Hey, yo, chill. She's 12 months. She's not 12 months old. What are you, crazy? Listen, it is romantic. For my character and for her. Not for me. Not me. For my character.
We haven't even seen it, but I know I'll never forget these fireworks.
I'm not gonna put a wig on this time for this, though. Because we're probably gonna see this again. Because we're probably gonna reset again. No confidence. Alright.
That was amazing. I'll keep this in an album in my heart.
Oh my god, that's so beautiful. I kind of want to keep the game music on, but I'll keep the background music on instead. Anyway. Alright, give me the flute, baby. Baby cheeks. I don't know.
Baby cheeks. Oh, yeah.
Protect. That's a good move. Get out of here. Okay, wait. Do I have to talk to her? Did I screw up again? Don't tell me I have to talk to her. I think I just have to go back. Yeah, well, I just have to go back. Jesus. These directions are so confusing. Oh, my God. I'm not gonna lie. It's a bit annoying. All right, here after I start remembering. Okay, it's just this is the entrance area where the Milotic is. And we're going to save here in case I run into a trainer by accident. It's like the only time I'll reset if I run into a trainer by accident. Not reset, but like reload the ROM. If I lose Pokemon from doing something dumb, can't reload, unfortunately. Okay, for the double battle, luck should be good. Any Pokemon? We could also check the wild area right next to us for ice Pokemon. But honestly, we have 5 freaking ice Pokemon here. Like, I'm feeling pretty good. I don't feel like going into that tall grass is like a bit annoying to like get in and out of. To heal up and stuff, so. Oh. I think it's better to just advance towards this area. Alright, let's see what happens. Let's see what Pokemon we get. Oh, what is it? What is it? It's a happening. Aw, indeed. It's a level 15, so it's pretty high. I'm just gonna run away. We can't catch it, so. Satsuite. Daiste. Okay. Everyone leaves. Leave me. I think, yeah. They meet up here. They introduce the daycare to us. I don't know why there's a Litleo with a Meryl in the daycare, but that's whatever.
How about you, Pee-Pee?
My name is Big Peepee. Wait, my name is Big Peepee in this game? Did I name myself Big Peepee in this version? Oh no, I named myself Pong. Never mind. Because it says Pong here. Right? Yeah, I'm just Pong. That's good. That's fine. Excuse me. Jesus. Let's go back in here. Actually, let's just explore purple here. Hey, Tommy, what's up? Oh, it's a Cryoga. Bro, I'm telling you, there's so many ice Pokemon. I don't know why. We're getting so lucky with this ROM. With this file. Never Melt Ice. How you doing, Tommy? I think Never Melt Ice is for the the ice Pokemon. But maybe it's not. Oh my god. Repels heat effects and boosts ice type moves. We're getting super duper lucky this run. Like super lucky. Ice light clay is not bad also. Jesus. How much does Never Melt Ice give though? Never Melt Ice boost Pokemon. Because the Icicle Plate gives 20% boost. Okay, this gives 10% boost. So hey, yup. Very cool. Right? So let's see. Who do we give this to? We have an Icicle Plate on luck already. So who do we want to have ice moves be boosted? I mean, God is a bit tanky, but not too tanky. He's our highest level. She's our highest level. Oh, we got a lot of females here. She's our highest level Pokemon, so we're gonna give it to God. Light Clay we'll give to Emo. Because Emo's a bit weak, from what I remember. And I think that's everything we could give that's worth giving. Oh yeah, we also found a fossil this run. That's crazy. Because that might be a nice Pokemon too. So I'm just gonna save here. Special request. One of your runs use cast form. Ooh, having an only cast form run? That would be interesting. Imagine having an only cast form run. Yo, that sounds cool actually. I'm gonna note that. I'm gonna write a note of that. I like that idea. Cast form only. Cast form. That would be cool. I'll add a bunch of coverage since it's basically 4 types. Yeah. Or using Okay, none of these are ice types. Wait, Slowking is water psychic, right? Why are all the names like messed up? Okay, none of them are ice type though, so we're okay. What other Pokemon have different typings? There's quite a bit, especially in newer generations. They have a bunch. Azumarill, heavy power, that could be dangerous. It's level 4. That's pretty high level Pokemon. Level 14. But there's different Pokemon in the yellow and purple flowers, grass, so we should be good here. I still can't believe we got 5 Pokemon before the second gym. And one of them died, so we could have had a full team right now, which is insane. Jesus, a Gengar. I wish we could catch you. No. Okay, we're gonna stop searching in this grass. Not only is Gengar just scary to go up against, but getting too much XP could be bad. Jesus. You reduced my freeze dries. Like, look how much XP that gives us. We don't need Endure.
Hell yeah.
Actually, Endure could be useful. Hell yeah. You haven't gotten a fishing rod yet. No, fishing rod is in the area right before the second gym. Not right before, but on the way to the second gym. So after we get our double battle with our rivals, we're gonna have a little area to traverse where we'll look for more ice Pokemon, and then there's an in the next town. There's an aquarium which has a fishing rod. I end up getting fishing rod from time to time, but I don't use it much because I don't know why. On other runs, I probably should. On this run, like, I might for a little bit, but it just takes longer to, to reel it in, to find a Pokemon. It's just a longer process. If I already have, like, a full team of ice Pokemon, it's not, like, a big deal, I wonder why the color of your name changes for TTS though. It's interesting. Duocean. What are other Pokemon that change form though? You have that Deerling. Actually, I don't know if Deerling I don't think changes types. It just changes forms where it just looks different. I don't think that really counts. But you should probably try to get 6 months before the second gym. I'll be honest. I'm not really worried about the second gym. I think, especially since we found an Icicle Plate, which boosts Ice-type moves by 20%. Obviously, it's only Ice-type moves, right? So it's still risky against Fire types or whatever. But Fire types are not super effective on Auroras, which is great because he's Rock Ice. So we have some cool like counters to the typical things that would own us. But of course, yeah, having a 6th Pokemon would be great. You know, if we could find it. Important question. What's your favorite soup? My favorite soup? Oh, Deerling. We were just talking about Deerling. Chicken soup? I don't know. My mom made vegetable soup recently. It's not cereal. Cereal is not soup, so cereal is not my favorite soup. No type of cereal. But, yeah. Mamoswine should rail second gym. Well, it's all randomized. So you got to remember that all the Pokemon are randomized. So, yeah, second gym is... Mamoswine might not be able to. Jesus Christ! A crit also? Run away. God damn it. This is why this is so scary, bro. Like, why is there Gengars and why are there crazy Pokemon in this grass? We gotta get out of this grass. Oh my god. I'm gonna go heal up. You see, like, the run could end at any time. Like, there's no point where you could just relax with crazy rules and randomizers. Oh. Mine's the ocean. Yeah, I like them. I like the ocean. I would probably say chicken soup is my favorite. Pretty standard stuff. I actually like soup a lot though. I like a lot of different types of soup because I don't know, soup tastes good and it warms you up. Ice soup hits different. Yeah, I've never had that. Ice soup because it probably doesn't exist, right? Are you trying to be clever with me, bro? I forgot about this cutscene, but it's pretty useless. We could just ignore it. Okay. Let me just double check that my Pokemon. Okay, we've lost runs on this battle before. So let's see how this goes. It's a bit scary, you know. Okay, we got a Flaffy and a Tropius. That's actually not bad. Ice will kill the Tropius, obviously, and Flaffy. We don't have any ground moves, but do we Ice Wind or do we Freeze Dry? I feel like Freeze Dry is a... Wait, he's a grass flying type, right? So Ice actually does 4 times damage. So we could probably Icy Wind and possibly one-hit KO it, dealing damage to Flaffy as well. Flaffy avoided the attack. Okay, good. It killed Tropius. That's good. Whew. Luck is level 18. Great. Ooh, Mist is actually a useful move, believe it or not. The question is it worth switching anything out? It prevents any of our stats from being lowered for 5 turns. Cheesy potato soup? Soup hits different. Yo, tomato soup and grilled cheese sounds good. Yeah. Jesus. Ice is the food, water is the broth. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what to do here. Icy Wind is useful because it hits more than one target. Jesus. But we have Icy Wind on other Pokemon. So I think we could get rid of it. Thunder Wave is very useful. Freeze Dry is useful. Rock Throw is useful. Let's get rid of Icy Wind. Welcome, Slimeberry. 69. Poggers, 69. Oh. I don't know, my voice just like died. Yeah, we got Sharpen. User lowers its polygon count. What does that even mean? Raising attack. Cryogonal. I don't remember if its attack stat is. I think its special attack might be higher. Yeah, its special attack is higher. I don't want to boost its attack. Like, that seems like too much. Like a waste of a turn, possibly. So we're not going to teach it Sharpen. Keep old moves. Come on. Damn it, it thunderwaved me. And the music finished. We gotta put on other battle music. Shit, we don't have Icy Wind now, but we could freeze dry the Levany and probably kill it. Razor Leaf. Okay, that didn't do as much as it could have, so that's good. It's just thunder waving. God damn. Oh, okay, we didn't get paralyzed. Howdy. Yeah, there's been 132 resets, guys. This is a really hard challenge. What was the starter? The starter here was Mammal Swine, possibly? I don't really remember, to be honest. It all gets confused in my brain after a while. And lots of runs with no ice starters was a reason to. Here, I think, I mean, we could take out Powder Snow. Icy Wind is 55. Powder Snow is 40, but it has 95 accuracy. Let's take out Leer. 100% accuracy is actually could make a difference on Nuzlocks, so. Yes, everyone's leveling up too, which is great. Wait, Mist takes out status effects, so will it take out paralysis for me and Woobat? Jesus. Let's see. Wait, I'm dumb. That's not how that works. You know what? Let's freeze dry. The fire type person in the lead four is gonna be tough. Well, this is a randomizer. Hey, look at these muscles, baby. This is a randomizer, so we should be maybe I shouldn't have stood up with the muscles. Okay, we won. Let's go. We've lost a run to Moltres, okay, versing this guy, which was very frustrating. Enemies are randomized. Every Pokemon is randomized except my starter is my rival starter, just to make it a bit thematic. Oh, thank you for the follow, Slime. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you. So that wasn't even a gym battle, by the way. It was just a double battle. But we've lost before to this double battle because it's a randomizer. But every battle is scary, even against wild Pokemon. The good news is we got 5. Wait, why did it lower the speed? We got 5 or 6. We got 5 or 6. We got 5 ice Pokemon. So that's the good news. The other good news is we could heal up in this tunnel right here. So we're not going to be paralyzed anymore, so we're going to have speed for wild Pokemon. Right here, we're going to just search a little bit for ice Pokemon and then move on to the next town where we're going to refossilize a fossil. Items are randomized too. And hopefully that works out. For anyone wondering, basically everything's randomized. There are level caps. Bing bong. What else?
Bing bong. Bing bong.
What else? What else? Well, there's a lot of Nuzlocke rules, essentially. Oh, yeah, set mode. So you can't switch out Pokemon when a new Pokemon comes out. Only ice types. That's probably the most important rule. Like, we can only... It's a bit different than the typical Nuzlocke. So we could catch... Like, we could search in the grass for wild Pokemon, like, over and over. But we can only catch ice Pokemon. And we only have one chance to catch it, which is our first encounter with them. Which reminds me, I should probably go back and buy Great Balls. That's actually probably very important. How many Great Balls we have? We have 8. 8 Great Balls should be okay. Let's go. Thanks for the IQ plus. Let's go. Wow. Arigatou gozaimasu. So, Houndoom. Excuse me. Houndoom is not something we want to go up against. I mean, fire doesn't matter for luck. because he's a rock type. So Electrode is also scary because of explosion or self-destruct, whatever. I always forget which Pokemon have explosion and which ones have self-destruct, but yeah, you're allowed to say bad words. Ayo, let's go. Let's go. Hell yeah. Pumping ourselves up. Fuck no. Yeah, you can't say them. Jesus, what are with all these fire Pokemon? I think, so I went to Japan for 2 years and I taught English to like from third graders to ninth graders. So I was in this environment where I'm like teaching kids, and I know they didn't speak English that well. I was teaching English, but that kind of put me in the situation of just like cursing less often because, you know, kids, whatever. So I just got used to doing that less often. Also, like my younger siblings watch my stream sometimes, and I mean, they're already older, but I got used to not cursing in front of them. That's why I don't curse much, but I don't really care if you guys curse.
Stop right there.
Yo, these people are so annoying. Nah, they're pretty cool. We're just going to look for another ice Pokemon in this area, just for a little bit before moving on. Entei, Jesus Christ. See, this is why randomizers are fun and scary at the same time. We need to run into a Kyurem. Kyurem kind of solidifies the run. We actually have to train here too, actually, so we might as well train here. But Kyurem essentially solidifies the run because Kyurem is insane. Kyurem is insane. Hey, IQ plus, let's go. I feel like we could use an IQ reset. It's a bit too low at the moment. Okay, I'll do it. I listen to what you guys say. It's always low. We're never in positive IQ. You guys always make fun of me. For anyone who doesn't know, they always make fun of me. My IQ goes below 0. Cause I'm a loser. Cause I'm an idiot. Because everyone hates me. Cause I'm Jewish. Wait, probably not. I don't know why you put them for that, but okay. But yeah. That wasn't the right time to put them. Jesus, a steel type Pokemon. That's like not good. Oh my god, it's level 14 too. It might be faster than us. I'm just gonna run away here. I don't know what type of Pokemon I want to verse, to be honest. I don't remember Mamoswine's weaknesses. Fire, water, grass, fighting, steel. Jeez. Sucks. That's like all the basic stuff. Fire, water, grass. Not electric, but fighting and steel. It's good I ran away, I think. Yay, we're positive for once. Please let it have good timing. Yeah, timing the channel point rewards is a challenge, but a skill. Cortez Piantissimo, if he comes in later, he's pretty good at doing that. So what you're saying, I'm against the IQ miners these days. They always just spam it. Yeah, I like when it's done with reason, you know. Jesus, what are with these Pokemon? Wow, indeed. We're gonna go to the area before to train. These guys are too high level. So what you're saying is next stream I can make TTS say big titty goth GF as many times as it will let me. And yeah, it's okay if they. My younger siblings are not young anymore. Like my sister is 18, my brother is 15. Like 15 is the age where you start like saying stupid shit, I think. Or like, you know, maybe a little younger than 15 is when you start that. So I mean, I don't care. It's just like like this thing that's been in my head that just like makes me not do it. But like, I don't care. Like you guys could curse. I don't care. Only 2 curses pretty much that you can't say because I don't want to get banned off Twitch or create a community around those curses. But I mean, you can't say them in chat anyway because they're blocked. So you could guess what those words are, but you love these sounds. I'm glad you love them. I try to improve stream with a bunch of different things. There's a lot of cool rewards we have here, I think. So yeah. And we're going to have more if you stick around. And if you don't stick around, we'll still have more, but by the way, if anyone wants to put music, you're more than welcome to. And I spelled the command wrong, but here's the command. Well, don't I like the IQ pluses, but don't IQ plus if there's no reason to, I guess. Shelter. Wait. This always confuses me. Like, always. Like, can we catch Shelter? Because Cloyster is a water ice, but Shelter is just a water type. I don't remember what my ruling was on this. Alright, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. If I look at the Nuzlocke rules here, only ice Pokemon can be caught or used. So Shelter can't be caught. Level caps based off gym letters, highest level Pokemon. Set mode, no items in battle. If Pokemon fades, it must be released. Party dies, must reset. Nickname, duplicate Pokemon cannot be caught. I'm gonna say the banned words are the N-word and slut. No, slut is fine. Hydrate before you dihydrate. Thank you. Yeah, Shelter is a water type, but its evolution, Cloyster, is a water ice type. So what I'm trying to search for is essentially, can I catch Cloyster if I run away from an encounter against Shelter? So according to my rules that I made, duplicate Pokemon or Pokemon of the same evolution line cannot be caught or used. Also, the first time you encounter a Pokemon is the only chance to catch it. So this is my first time encountering Shelter, not Cloyster. But it's a Pokemon of the same evolution line. But I'm not catching it or using it. So I think I could catch Cloyster according to my own rule. Even though there's a Shelter here. You guys know what I'm talking about? I want to say something. Well, you said it. I hope you're happy now. One of the words is anti-distant. Yeah, don't say that word. That is one of the words. You see? It automatically bars it with stars. So. The N-word is one of them, yeah. it's a good guess. I mean, it's like the easy, especially if you're American, you know, like N-word is probably not a word you want to say in society. Jesus, it's just Entei. How could I train against Entei? Especially since fire kills me also. Like that. And I got burned. We're gonna change out here. Okay? We're not gonna take a risk here. We don't want wild Pokemon to kill us. Jesus Christ. We're gonna go to the area beforehand to train. 'Cause this is actually insane. Okay. Thankfully luck is a high enough level, speedy enough to run away. Ooh, wait. Let's not be dumb here either. We don't want God first here. There we go. Just to heal up. Bada bing, bada boom. We got IQ above 100. That's a wow. Do you guys prefer hearing the game audio or music? Out of curiosity. Because sometimes I think about that and I'm like, should I just have game music on instead of music? I'm be real. I have no idea what you're referring to, Doctor. Doctor is just trolling a bit. He's talking about anti-disestablishmentarianism, which is like a big word that's really good to use in a lot of word games, essentially. Sorry, I ruined the surprise. The cool thing is, because we have experience share on here, we could use luck, because the level cap is 25. We could use luck for now. And I'm just thinking, like, we don't have to verse anyone. So we go into Ambreed, we go to the aquarium, talk to the girl for dowsing machine, avoid 4 trainers to reach next city, get a bike. We don't need to verse anyone before versing the second gym leader. It's after the second gym leader that we get access to the cave area, the reflection cave, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, according to my notes. I actually wrote notes for this because it's insanely difficult. So we should be good. Music? Okay, cool. That's your favorite word? What, slut? Or anti-disestablishmentarianism? Which I keep saying, even though it's not allowed. Thank you, Slime. I'll try my best. Damn, I sound so cringe sometimes. All right, how will Joltik die? Freeze dry? Probably not, but it's a powerful move. Hey, it died. It's a decent area to train. Lottie ass. Lottie ass is like a dragon something, right? Dragon psychic type. Yeah. Oh, it took a lot of damage. Where did you graduate? A very random question. I graduated high school in school. I graduated college I live in New York. I went to college in New York, and I graduated with a degree in economics, which I did not use. Well, I kind of used it. I basically needed a degree to go to Japan. So I had a degree. I just randomly decided to go live in Japan. Lived in Japan, taught English for 2 years, came back home to New York, and now I'm a streamer making thousands and thousands of pennies monthly. Are ice type legendaries allowed? Great question. Yes. Oh, that's your favorite word now? Anti-disestablishmentarianism. Or I guess like just generally. Our ice type legendaries are allowed. So basically our best run so far was when we had a Kyurem as a freaking starter. And it was like the 7th run. The problem, of course, is that even with ice-type legendaries, because every Pokemon we go up against is randomized, we could go up against other, fire-type legendaries that just sweep our guys. So I feel like it's fair in that way, But definitely having Kyurem is insanely good for early game, because Kyurem has Dragon Rage, which always does 40 damage, which is insanely useful until, like, the 4th, 5th gym. Which is why we actually lost against the 5th gym leader. That was our best run so far. But this run is looking really good. Like, having 5 Pokemon, 4 of which are fully evolved, 3 of which are pretty decent. Beartic is actually pretty good. He has very high physical attack, but he evolves at like level 37, Cubchoo, so he's useless now. Is pretty good, We had runs with Reggie Ice as starter. But Reggie Ice is like one of the worst legendaries, stat-wise. And he didn't have like crazy... he had Zap Cannon, I think, which was really cool. But it wasn't good enough. Or maybe I wasn't good enough with him. Whatever. Oh, this is interesting. Getting Aurora Beam. Freeze Dry is just slightly better than it, but it's super effective on water types too. So Freeze Dry is actually much better than Aurora Beam. Thunder Wave is useful. Rock Throw is useful for type coverage. Even though Rock Throw is a physical attack. And I feel like Mist is very useful. I don't know. I'm still unsure of how important status effect moves or like non-damaging moves are in Nuzlocke. Like my 4th Nuzlocke or something, but I played Pokemon since a kid, but never really Nuzlocke. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure. We're just gonna go heal up here. Big titty goth girlfriend. Nice. Oh, I went to the wrong cave. Jesus Christ. That was the wrong cave. That wouldn't have been good. She has like 5 Pokemon, I think. Usually breeders have a lot of Pokemon. Sheesh. But yeah, Kyurem's stats are insane too. So we could get 3 Ice-type Pokemon. There's Articuno. This is because it's all Pokemon from Gen 1 to Gen 6. Those are the Nuzlocke rules. So we have access to getting Kyurem, which is the best one by far. Articuno, which might be second best, and what's his name? Reggie Ice. Jesus, it's Landorus. I think we could run away. Yeah, we're fast enough. We actually had one chance to get an Articuno once, but we were low on health, so we didn't risk it because we would have died. And that's when we had Kyurem. If we had gotten Articuno at that point of time, I think that would have been our last run, like run 7 or whatever. Which means right now, Tommy and Slime, you guys might have never met me, and I would be crying because I would have never been able to talk to you guys. But yeah, basically, if we finished it, we probably would have been doing a different Nuzlocke. RQ announcement: if you're not in Ping Pong Masters Discord server, and you'll never have a big titty goth girlfriend. Bro, don't say that, Tommy. That might make people not want to be in the Discord. What level do we want to train luck to? The only reason I'm training luck now is because of the XP share that gives everyone else XP, because I don't think they're strong enough to train against these guys yet. But yeah, do you have a Discord server? Yeah, I do. This is the Discordo server. It's awesome to talk to peeps outside of stream on Discord. Doesn't happen too often, but you know. Also notifications for YouTube videos, which are YouTube videos are a lot of like tier list content, and it's just a bunch of things. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what I want to do, but we have some cool Pokemon Nuzlocks on YouTube. Editing one now too, so that's cool. Steps back. Don't worry. Don't worry. If you want a small-breasted, non-goth boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever, like, you could have that also by joining the Discord, so that's okay. I do have Pokemon Bot. That is true. I have Pokemon. So every time you talk, every few lines, new Pokemon pops up. That's fun. And there's actually a Pokemon game in Discord which you could play, which when I first installed that into the server, people were really enjoying that, I think. Snowflake. How about you guys? How about you, Slime? Do you play... I'm assuming you play Pokemon, but how into Pokemon are you? How into Pokemon are you, Tommy? Actually, as well. Rapid... A spin attack that can also eliminate such moves. This is actually... Rapid Spin is actually very, very useful. Haze is very, very useful from what I remember. Eliminates every stat change among all the Pokemon. Right? Mist is amongst your own Pokemon. And Haze is among all Pokemon. Ice Shard is actually not bad. Ice Shard is like rollout, but for ice moves. The only thing is Snowflake is a special attacker. And then Bind could be useful. But this is actually a hard decision. I don't know what to replace for this. Like, I'm thinking Haze or Mist. Would we rather have Haze or Mist? I think Haze is better because it takes off status effects from the enemy as well. Every stat change among all the Pokemon engaged. And Mist prevents any of their stats from being lowered. From being lowered, specifically lowered. So I could like set up by doing Haze and then going in like increasing stat. I'm gonna take out Mist. We also have Mist on other Pokemon, so it's okay, I think. Because Rapid Spin is very useful. Because Bind could actually make us lose Pokemon and Leech Seed and stuff, you know. If you don't join Discord, you'll never reproduce with a female. Yeah, but what if you don't want to reproduce with a female, Tommy? Then what happens? What if you want to reproduce with a male? What if you don't want to reproduce? What about those people? What do we do? What do we do about those people, Tommy? Did you just use Bide? That should be one hit KO. Yep. I played all mainstream games. I've seen all anime until the 6th season. 6th season equals best. Yes, I do remember you telling me 6th season is the best. Which is obviously... Wait. It's not... I almost ran into the trainer again. Jesus. This is why I get IQ minuses. I literally don't think sometimes. Special attack harshly fell. That means nothing. Yeah, I've played all mainstream games too. That's cool. And I've watched the anime until Hoenn. Because then they changed Meowth's voice actor and Jesse and James and I think a bunch of other characters. And at that point of time, I was I did not like change much, and I was like, I don't like this, and I just stopped watching it. But yeah. Jesus, I think I had COVID last week. And ever since then, like, I don't know, my nose has been really stuffed. And I've been coughing. It's really annoying. But anyway, IQ Plus, let's go. I played 6 spin-off games. I have 4 card binders of Pokemon cards. Oh, damn. Pokemon Emeralds was your first game I ever played. Cool. Pokemon Leaf Green was, I think, my first, and then Emerald later on, or vice versa. But Emerald and Rayquaza were my favorite like Pokemon related stuff for a very long time. I think more recently I've liked Dragonite as one of my favorite Pokemon, but that's cool. 4 card binders though, that's crazy. 4 card binders. I had a few Pokemon cards, but then I gave it to my cousin because I never really used them. Do you have any like expensive cards? Do you have the first edition of Charizard? That's like one of the most expensive, right? PSA 10. I want to reproduce asexually through a parasitic relationship with the cells of organisms in order to mass produce and infect the planet. What are you, COVID? What? Well, I don't know if COVID is parasitic relationship, actually. So I take that back. But are you trying to emulate a virus? Is that what you're trying to? I also beat the hardest trainer in a Pokemon tournament. Sheesh, so you got to teach me how to play because I'm a dumbass in many things I do. Like, is this strat smart right now? Nah, I think it's smart. There's something in my head that's telling me that we have to verse more trainers before the second gym. But my notes don't say that, so I'm just going to ignore my head and trust my notes. Like, I already forgot after 132 resets. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like we don't need to. I think we're okay. Join the Discord. Didn't mean to leave. No worries. Welcome back. Yeah, I was asking before, like, how heavily involved are you, like, in, like, do you love Pokemon and stuff? Like, are you a Pokemon fanatic, Slime? Ask Tommy. He's apparently, like, a nerd. But, like, a cool nerd. But a nerd. But he's really about all that Pokemon, which is pretty cool. I mean, I like Pokemon a lot. I don't like this Nuzlocke run or this Nuzlocke challenge too much sometimes because it's just insanely hard for me. But yeah, I think the way viruses work can be classified as parasitic, but I don't know. Yeah, like my assumption is okay. It sounds like parasitic would make sense, but also I don't know. So that's why I was like, I don't know. Yes, sir. I have several 1995 cards and a 1999. Wait, really? Wait, how old are you, Tommy, if you don't mind me asking? 1995 cards. That's pretty cool. I love Pokemon. I like to consider myself a professional Pokemon breeder. Oh, your favorite Pokemon is Dragonair. Oh, that's cool. Dragonair looks very, very nice, yeah. My favorite Pokemon is used to be Rayquaza, but ever since doing these Nuzlocke runs, I don't know. I think it might be Dragonite now. Like, Dragonite is just such a cool Pokemon. Well, that's cool. Professional Pokemon breeder. You're one of those trying to get like perfect EVs, IVs, and everything. I feel like, I don't know. I've been playing Pokemon for like, I played every main generation game or whatever, and I've put so many hours into Pokemon, and I still don't know so much about like. There's so much to know about Pokemon, especially the more Pokemon they add, obviously. But yeah. You're 29. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Sheesh. You're the oldest person to ever visit the street. No, I'm joking. Can you guess how old I am? If you don't look at the Twitch bio. Don't look at the Twitch bio, Tommy. Don't do it. Don't do it. Also, Slime, if you want to guess. Why is Dragonair your favorite, actually? Now that I think of it, I'm like, I feel like Dragonite is cooler than Dragonair. But like Dragonair is like pretty and like beautiful or whatever. So is that why? Or Dragonair is a cool Pokemon though. It's like so random. Like I don't understand how they made this like blue snake looking Pokemon turn into like an orange dragon. Like it makes no sense, but it's cool, so it's okay. You're 5'10" and a half years old. Got him. I'm 5.5. Hey, 5'10" and a half is not that short, okay? It's not even short. It's taller than the average. Doctor, I know you're like what, 6'3", you said? You're like 6 something, but like listen. 5'10" and a half is above average, okay? Possibly globally, okay? I was so invested in that Pokemon that I hatched myself a shiny Dratini and named it Snoot Snoot. I feel like it's my partner Pokemon. If you were to challenge me to a battle, chances are that you could meet them yourself. I'll probably get demolished in a battle. You know how dumb I am? I forget so many things like about Pokemon. I try to study this also on my free time sometimes. Like I try to study like the type chart. I have it on my wall right here. Like because like the basic stuff is easy, right? Like obviously water beats fire or whatever. But then like remembering the half effectiveness gets so it's so nuanced sometimes, and it's like not logical that you have to make it logical in your head or just like remember it, right? Especially steel types. Steel types have so many half effectiveness against them. Like they're just so defensive, type wise. But yeah. I pulled a 1999 Charmeleon when I was very little. Kept it since. It's a PSA 8? Jesus. Wait, how much is that worth? Do you know how much that's worth? That's sick. Yo, that's so cool. I wish I was that type of person that was like, I'm going to keep this for a long time. You know what I did that with when I was younger? A penny. A freaking penny. When I was when I was a kid, I was in middle school. There was some project, and you're supposed to put stuff in a box for the project. And I put a penny, and my reasoning was like, people are not going to use pennies in like 20 years. Turns out, pennies are not that rare. But you know what? If I still have that penny from like 1960 or whatever, in like another 20 years, another 40 years, maybe that'll be worth something. I wasn't making fun of height. Sounds like someone's insecure. Nah, I'm not insecure in my head. I was just blah blahing. I was just saying whatever. I'm actually not. I feel like if I was shorter than most of the girls I liked growing up, then I would be insecure about my height. But bruh, I'm 5'10" and a half. All right, I'm not short. Every girl I had a crush on, never was with them. But also, they were all shorter than me, so no problems there. Actually, I've had problems with asking girls out or like trying to go for girls who were older than me and them telling me that I was too young for them. I was like, bro, you're only 80 years old. What's wrong with this relationship? No, I'm joking. They were like 3 years older than me, and they would be like, you're too young. It's like, bro, it's 3 years. And I'm not 13 and you're 16, you know? I'm not 5 and you're 8, you know? I'm not like 15 and you're 18, right? That's a bit weird, right? It's like, I'm in my 20s, you're in your 20s. Like, chill. That's normal. God, stop being insecure about being older than me. But yeah, that's whatever. Ping Pong Masters lives in New York, age 24, graduated with a degree in economics, lived in Japan 2 years, working as an elementary teacher. Seems like you're drafting a whole novel on me or something. Kind of scared. Please don't find my IP address. Tommy, don't do it. Tommy, a Pokemon savant, 29 years old, viewer of Ping Pong Moosters. Sorry, I wasn't ready for that picture. I hope it turned out well. How did it turn out? I just smiled. I just looked stupid. I didn't realize it was in a pseudo-legendary family at first. Pokemon X and Y, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like when people are like, oh, my favorite Pokemon's Rayquaza. It's like, bro, he's a legendary. It's not that special. But, like, I mean, it's a legendary. That's why he's my, you know? Pokemon X and Y was the first game I got. Oh, wow. I remember one day I was either fishing or in the tall grass, then I saw my first Dragonair. And I guess I was obsessed with them. Oh, that's so cool. That's cool. I like that. That's a cool story. Pokemon X and Y was the first game. Damn, so very nostalgic for it. Have you gotten every game since this? Have you gotten like Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, and all that? 2 siblings. Oh, God. Damn it. You know too much, Tommy. I honestly like being transparent about things in general, so. Only thing is I won't tell you my address and maybe like 1 or 2 other things. But most things I'll say. I think. 20s. I thought you meant in high school or something. I was like, nah. I was in high school. They were like in middle school. I was in middle school. They were in elementary. I was in elementary. They were just being born. Oh, no, wait. That would be the opposite. Never mind. The user and the target becomes friends. The target loses its will to fight. What does this actually do, Play Nice? This lowers the target's attack stat. Is it worth putting? I mean, Growl lowers attack also. Is it just a better... Like, I've obviously used the move before, but I think it's a better Growl. I'm just going to take out Growl here. Currently practicing competitive breeding with Ivies and Natures. I find it fascinating how it greatly... Yeah. I remember when I was younger, my parents didn't really let me play video games because they hated me. They hated me. No, they didn't hate me. I think it's just a Jewish thing. Damn it, now Tommy knows I'm Jewish. But I'll find your address eventually. Honestly, the only reason I don't want people to know my address is because I live at home with my family. Like if I lived in my own place, I wouldn't care as much. That might sound weird, but I'd still probably care, but not as much. Yeah, Nature's could affect by like 20%, right? That's what I remember it being. I don't know if that's accurate though. I think we could rock throw here. We're such a high level. Yeah, we're fine. Good. Ghana's level 17. That's good. Ping Pong also plays... Damn it. I do play the guitar and piano. You're just reading my Twitch bio. It's not just a lot of information there, I guess. I don't think it's hard to find my information online though. There was one viewer who found my real life information, and he's like, "Wow, I'm so happy to see that you're actually a nice guy." I was like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, I feel like a lot of streamers put up like this fake facade or something, and you're pretty much what, because my actual, like, my social media, like all my like real life stuff is nothing crazy, you know. I'm not like smoking cocaine and like cursing and freaking cursing at black people. I don't know. Like, I'm not doing crazy stuff, you know? I'm just like normal. He's also Jewish, true. Well, I don't think I'm normal, but I got Pokemon Y, then Pokemon X. Jesus, you got Pokemon Y, then Pokemon X? You must have really liked this game. Then Pokemon Moon. So you skipped Omega Ruby. It's also Gen 6, but... and then Pokemon Diamond. Oh, that's a weird... Interesting. You went to, like... What is Sun and Moon? 7th gen? You went from 6th gen to 7th gen to 4th gen to Pokemon Go, which I think is considered 8th gen, alongside Sword and Shield. Then Shield, and lastly, Let's Go Eevee. Damn, are you gonna get Brilliant Diamond? Like one of the new games? Oh, wait, Pokemon... I'm an idiot. I meant Let's Go Eevee as Gen 8. Pokemon Go is not necessarily. But so many people love Pokemon Go. It's weird, but I could have sworn I had more than that. You gotta play Emerald. You gotta check out my Emerald video on YouTube, because it's awesome. It's a Nuzlocke after you play Emerald. Emerald is one of my favorite games, but that's probably nostalgia more than anything else. You gotta check out Leaf Green, Fire Red, you know, 1st gen, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, 2nd gen. Yeah, so you haven't played the first 3 gens of Pokemon. You haven't played what was 5th gen? Black and White, right? You haven't played 5th gen, and you've played every other gen of Pokemon, I think. Gotcha. I'll just send you pictures of titties. How'd you know that's what I want to see? I hope it's man titties, though. Pokemon Y will always be my favorite. Yeah, probably nostalgia is part of that, right? I'd really like to get the newer Pokemon games and more of the older ones. Yeah, well, the only newer one that you're missing... Well, I guess you're missing Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, but those are remakes. But they're really good games. Ultra Moon, Ultra Sun, but that's kind of an extension of Sun and Moon. You played Moon. And Brilliant Diamond, which just came out. And Sparklings, whatever. What level do I want to raise this to? I think level 22 is... 22 is okay. I don't know. Let's go, baby. Pokemon Y was that? I'd rather that 3. You can send me 3 pictures of titties or a picture of 3 titties on like one body, because that sounds interesting. Motherfuckers really be living at 50. Bro, no, stop. You almost got my zip code though, I'm not gonna lie. Oh yeah, I live in Brooklyn, New York too. Sheesh. The Pokemon types I use the most are Water, Fairy, and Dragon. Water types are really cool. Like if I think of like just Swampert and all these different guys. Dragon types are obviously really cool. I don't really like too many fairy types, but that's cool. They're your favorite types? Yeah. I feel like fairy types feel really fake to me because they were introduced in this game in Generation 6. And so like if you go back to any game before that, which is literally like more than half the series, fairy type isn't there. So it just feels like a fake type to me still. Even though there's been 3 generations of games with fairy types. But dragon types, obviously, I think a lot of people like. And water types is... If the many worlds interpretation of quantum physics is true, well, of course, yeah. If that's true, then anything you say is true, essentially. Isn't that cool? Isn't it cool that if the theory that everything... that there are an infinite amount of universes, if that theory is true, then any single thing that you can say is true. Because in one universe out there, it's true. Because there's an infinite amount of universes, right? So you could say, like, Ping Pong Masters is the biggest streamer in the world, and it's true. Just not here. It's not on Twitch.tv, and not in this world, not in this universe. I'll sub if you tell me your address. Okay, I got you. Let me DM it to you real quick. No! Actually, I do want to set up a P.O. box eventually. But, I mean, I'm a tiny streamer, YouTuber, content creator, influencer, cool guy. I'm just cool all around. But I'm pretty small, so it might sound dumb to do a P.O. box, but I think I eventually might do that, so yeah. That's close to my address, right? That's not exactly how it works, except for in the universe where that is how it works, I guess. Yeah, good point. I like fairy types because they're great against dark types, which I feel are very common to run into. How many dark type Pokemon are there? That's actually... I know ice type Pokemon are the least amount in any... Like, if you take all the Pokemon, all 838 or whatever, and ice types are the least amount. Like, dual ice types, like, just ice types in general. So how many dark type Pokemon are there? My assumption is that, like, fire type are probably the most. It's the 8th or 9th rarest type, tying with fighting. Oh, okay. So it's like in the middle, kind of, right? Because there's like, what, 16, 18 types? I don't remember. I think there's 18 types. Oh, this is as of Generation 8. Okay, that's current. Zat izo karento. That's Japanese, guys. Yeah, for me, it's just like there's a lot of types that were just normal types, and then they become normal fairy, or they just become fairy, and it's like... Or there's just like water types and they become water fairy or whatever. Like, and it's just like, I don't know, it just feels weird. So like, I don't even see them as fairy types aside from the ones that, you know, were introduced as fairy types, obviously. You like the style. Yeah. I think that's fair. Entrepreneur. The best type is dark because Malamar. You and Malamar, bro. There's so many cooler Pokemon. You got Dragonite, but Malamar does have a cool backstory, like how you explained the other day. So we got Malamar, we got Dragonair, we got as favorite types, maybe Dragonite for me. Cool, it's cool. Normal is probably communist. Communist? Normal's communist. Where are they? I gotta shoot them. Because the joke is I'm American. I don't know. I have to go take out my I don't want to... No! I went into the wrong... Wait, did I go into the wrong hole again? That's what she said. Yes, I did. This time I noticed. I think I might make my way to the next town just so I could put the starter... Actually, let's go to the town before to put the starter in the PC. Because he's too strong now. I don't want to level him up anymore. I could easily crush that squid with a freaking spritz. You know there are no dolphin Pokemon? How sad is that? I mean, technically there's one, but it's not really a dolphin. I really gotta pee. Should I hold it in or should I go? I should have attached a thermonuclear bomb to myself that it would activate if I guessed wrong, so I could use quantum immortality to guarantee I got the answer right. Yeah, you screwed up, Doctor. Jesus. Okay, I guess I have to. You see, these are moments that are very annoying. I now have to kill this Pokemon, because otherwise it's just gonna be annoying. I don't really use Spritz, but I think it's funny. It is kind of funny. I don't like Spritz. Spritz just looks weird. A lot of fairy type Pokemon just look weird to me. But maybe that's just biased because they're 6th gen and upwards, and I grew up with 1st and 3rd gen Pokemon. And 4th. 1st, 3rd, 4th. Yeah. 5th gen onward already didn't feel like I was growing up with them anymore. Toxicroak is your favorite? Yo, Toxicroak is pretty cool and very annoying to go up against. I think he's like one of... Jesus. Sorry, you had to see my armpit hair. I think he's one of the coolest, like... And probably one of the best poison-type Pokemon, but I'm not sure. It's because Japan kills many dolphins. Yeah, I'm gonna go pee. I gotta pee. I gotta pee, guys. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. I'll be back. Ugh. The amount of pee that left my testicular area was so satisfyingly, intensely large that I feel pretty comfortable right now. I think Spritz is adorable. It just looks... I can't tell if it looks dumb or it looks cute. Does that make sense? I actually did a cute tier list on YouTube for first gen Pokemon, and I started 2nd gen too. So when I get to 6th gen, I'll see what was Spritz introduced 6th gen? I'll see where Spritz is. L. I feel like the newer Pokemon went bad after Pokemon Y. I feel like that's probably nostalgia speaking. Like, I think a lot of people say things in very biased ways in general, including me, and that's probably something too. Like, let's be honest. Like, there's some cool. Wow, indeed. There's some cool Pokemon past 6th gen. If you talk to people like way back in the day, they'll be like, after Gen 2, there was no good Pokemon. But yeah, you never know, you know? Jesus, I zoomed into the wrong... There was no good Pokemon. There we go. I fixed it. You gotta go. 2nd, imagine peeing. Like, they just look weirder and weirder. I don't know. Look at Muck. 6th gen is best gen. 6th gen is cool. I don't know. I like Omega Ruby a lot. Which is 6th gen, actually. 2nd is 5th gen. Okay. Hello, Tommy. All right, see you, Tommy. Thanks for popping in. Mwah. Thank you. Gotta go, Tom Bien. Damn, Doctor. See you, Doctor. Ciao. Everyone's leaving me. Is it because I'm Jewish? All right. Wait, I actually forgot to put the whole point of going back to the town was to put the Pokemon back. I think there's a lot of ugly Pokemon in previous gens. I will say though, I've been kind of making a cute tier list to see. And I'm not going to lie, like Gen 1 had like Gen 2 has a lot of cute Pokemon. I don't know why, but it just does. Which is pretty cool, I think. Let's put Auroras in because he's too high level. Hello, Nico. How are you doing? How are ya? I'm good. I'm good. How are you doing, Nico? Slime, Nico. Nico, slime. Feel like it's a dating simulator or something. You found me. Let's see what Pokemon I have to use now. Okay, they leveled up a lot actually because of the experience share. I think Emo is pretty speedy and powerful enough to train here. I'm still here. I'm just saying bye to the human. Yeah, I know, I know. Are you not a human? Wow. It's pretty impressive. Let's Astonish because it'll be surprised. Hey, it worked. Icy Wind. I'm still here. I'm saying that. Thanks for watching my last AMV. Yeah, you're welcome. It was cool. I liked it. You're good? Great. Glad to hear that you are good. How's your studying different languages going? Nico here is in Bangladesh and studies like freaking like 20 different languages now. You're studying Spanish a lot now, right? Pretty cool. Did you watch the whole thing? The AMV, I think I did, yeah. I feel like people who only use attack moves have no taste in strategy. Yes, and listen, I grew up playing Pokemon games, and I was just a dumb kid, and then I grew up to a dumb teenager, and then I grew up to a dumb young adult. Okay, I feel like I'm smart-ish for certain things, but for a lot of things, I'm dumb. One of those things is Pokemon games. I just use attack moves, right? The reason why I started doing Nuzlocks is to push myself to learn the mechanics of the game more, and it has been helping. Like I forget type effectiveness too, and stuff like that. And yeah, hopefully you can help me get on the journey of becoming a better Pokemon trainer as well. What in Bangladesh? No, I was just saying like you are in Bangladesh, right? That's all I was saying, Nico. But yeah, I would say I was probably one of those people that would only use attack moves. Right now, I'm just obviously training them in the wild to get them a high enough level for the second gym. But my hope is that I'm more strategic, in the future as well. I've become more strategic though. It's hard though sometimes to like figure out what move to use, especially because you have to learn how each Pokemon is, and when there's over 800 of them, it gets pretty crazy sometimes. Okay, Mud Bomb doesn't have the best accurate. Like also like in situations like this, like okay, Mud Slap has 20 power, but on Nuzlocke, it's very scary to have accuracy below 100, below 95, below 90 even. But obviously like Mud Bomb is better than Mud Slap, and we have stab damage. So I'm just gonna take out Mud Slap here. Only language we use is Bengali and English. Yeah, but you know a lot. You've been studying more languages, right? Nice, nice. I love a good battle strategy. Hell yeah. I will say, though, sometimes I freeze up and I panic and I just screw up. And we might have lost 1 or 2 runs because of that. Because sometimes, like, you'll lose to the stupidest Pokemon. Like, especially with level caps, right? You'll like go up against a Swampert like demolished us, and because we have level caps and no items in battle and set mode, makes it a bit harder. Also, Furry Swipes has 80 accuracy. That is way too low. Oh, that was for Bear. Bear is actually a good physical attacker, so maybe I should have kept it on him. I thought that was for Frostlass for a second. That was dumb, but. Furry Swipes, it's also a normal move, so you don't have there's no stab, and you don't have super effective against anything. How did we get 7 icy wins now? Jesus. Rollout. You know what? I'm not scared of rollout. Rollout. Listen, I'm not scared of a rollout. How do critical hits work in terms of how much damage something can do after a critical hit? See, I don't know the exact calculations for damage, right? Because obviously power doesn't equate to damage, unless it does. In terms like Dragon Rage, right? Always will hit 40. There are some moves like that, but like generally power doesn't equate to damage. So like there's some calculations for that, right? Obviously, if you do a physical attack against a Pokemon, then it's physical attack of the Pokemon attacking versus the defense of the defense Pokemon, right? But then like the question I have more so is like, just like how exactly is that calculated? And also like crits and stuff. I have to read more about that, I think. Last night I was working on a new AMV. Cool. What song? Jesus. I am dying. I might be dying. I mean, we're all dying technically because we're all aging, right? Slime, would you say, if you're okay with saying, would you say, wait, you didn't play Gen 3, right? How good would you say Diamond was? Because you did play that, right? I feel like that was one of the harder Pokemon games. Man, once I had this great team, I started off with a Roserade and a Vaporeon. The Roserade uses Toxic Spikes and Vaporeon uses Aqua Ring. Nice. Then I swap out with a Goodra with Surf, so that way not only does it hit the other team, but my Vaporeon with the ability Water Absorb, healing at each turn. Nice. What happened to the team? Do you play a lot like competitively on like Pokemon Showdown and stuff? Perfect by One Direction. One Direction. I mean, cool. Actually, I'm okay with some One Direction songs. Goodra is such a weird Pokemon to me. It's just like a dragon type, but it's just like when I first saw it, I was like, how is this a dragon type? It's like the weirdest dragon type. Forgot to mention it was a double battle. Yeah, I figured because you said Goodra because you're Vaporeon with Water Absorb. Yeah, Water Absorb is great. Actually, I have to look at the. I don't remember. I didn't see for the Pokemon I caught this stream. Yes, you have Confuse Ray. Yes, that's so good. Probably gonna take out Powder Snow here. I mean, Icy Wind. It's a little annoying because Powder Snow has 100% accuracy, but yeah, we could take out Astonish, but we'll take out Powder Snow just to have type coverage. Type coverage, I feel like, is very important in Nuzlocke. Yeah, I don't like One Direction much. Wait, did I? Whoa, Snowflake is also trying to learn. Oh no, Icy Wind. I'm gonna double. He's a special attacker, right? Yeah, he's a special attacker. Which means Ice Shard is not useful, even though it's actually kind of decent. Yeah, we take out Ice Shard. I think that's an easy decision. Yeah, it was tough at the start, I felt like. Well, I think the 4th gen, Cynthia, the Elite Four champion, actually has a competitive team with like Garchomp and stuff. Whereas like most or a lot of a lot of them don't. So that I think Cynthia is regarded as like the hardest Elite Four champion, like the hardest champion in all of Pokemon. But I've never done Pokemon Showdown. Oh really? I feel like you should get into Pokemon Showdown. You seem like the type of person to do that. We don't have anything against Fennekin, so we're just gonna run away here. There's no point to waste a potential death. Jesus, how many Fennekins? On you, yes, I'm with you, my. Oh yeah. I forgot to. I mentioned this before, but I forgot to check our Pokemon stuff. Ooh, okay. Boosts evasion in a hailstorm, Snow Cloak. So usually the strategy is to have like Obama Snow. I call it Obama Snow with hail warning or whatever that puts up the hail, and then having Pokemon like Emo over here with Snow Cloak, which is great. God also has Snow Cloak. We got Levitate. So ground types don't affect us. That's actually really good. Jesus, everyone has Snow Cloak. That's actually... I don't remember what else they could have, so I don't know if that's the best things. And then if we look at their nature, we have Lonely. Red is increased. Blue is decreased, which is really weird to me, but... Jesus, Frostlass... I think Frostlass has same special attack and physical attack. Let me see. Yeah, it does. So having having like slightly higher physical attack is like decent, but lowering defense is like bad, because this is a Nuzlocke. Mamoswine has neutral, Cryogonal, increased special defense, lower attack. That's actually really good. Increased defense would be better, so he's overall better. But we got Cubchoo, special attack increase. Ew. Cubchoo's physical attack increase would be amazing, because his physical attack is really high. Special defense decrease. That's like really... This is not good at all. And for us last, we already went through. It's decent. We have a decent team. I've never done that. Oh, did you watch the Noragami AMV? I'm not sure if I don't know if I did, Nico. Sorry. The reason why I trained such a great team was because I've always disliked people who use hacked legendaries with no taste and strategy whatsoever. And my goal is to take them out. Oh, cool. There's a YouTuber who actually goes on Pokemon Showdown and uses the weirdest teams to take down like these legendary teams, to show that you don't need legendaries to like demolish. Which is true, right? Especially in double battles, there's more mechanics involved in the game. You have Trick Room, which changes up speed dynamics or whatever. You have like all these different strategies. You could protect one Pokemon while that has to like up its, you know, attack or special attack, or that like is a good support by like paralyzing the enemy team or whatever, you know? So there's, yeah, it's definitely really fun to do that type of stuff, I think. Most of the time they would rage quit. Nice. That's one way I know I've won. Bro, that's legit like how I am. I love being I play Yu-Gi-Oh! A little. I don't play that much anymore, but I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot when I was younger, and I would always build like decks that were just annoying, you know? That were just very defensive, or that were just like, that would just chip away at your health slowly, or where I would just defend and just force you to run out of cards. Like, I always like doing those asshole stuff. I am playing Randomizer. Yes, Nico. It's pretty crazy. That's why we're going up against a Latias right now that just used Wish. Ooh, Latias has Confusion. Which doesn't affect us because we're Ghost Ice. I had to double check. Yo, Frostlass with Snow Cloak, you should really get Hail, because then it will increase your evasiveness and leave damage on the other team. Yes. So, yeah, especially with Confuse Ray, right? The hope is that I get an Obama Snow who has Snow Warning, which sets up Hail. And then I could switch into Emo and do that, you know? Did Icy Wind just miss like 4 times? What happened? What has Latias been using? I wasn't paying attention. Charm? Yeah, Charm doesn't affect us. Get out of here, Latias. Your ass. I'm so funny. Let's go heal. Let's go heal. The hardest part here is going to be training Cubchoo. I don't know if I even want to train. So, the best run we had, we went, like, we had one Pokemon we didn't train much because it was, like, kind of a weaker Pokemon because it wasn't fully evolved yet. And I swear to God, if we trained it more, we would have had a chance to win that run, because we lost by, like, so little. We lost against the last Pokemon in that run. So I might just train Cubchoo just in case. But I'm not really worried for the second gym because it's literally just the second gym. And with a whole team that's ice, hail would be perfect. Yeah. But I would prefer to have like Obama Snow, because then Snow Warn, or like a Pokemon with Snow Warning, because Snow Warning could just set up for the rest of the team, and I don't need to waste a spot, you know, in the moves section. That being said, getting an Obama Snow with Snow Warning, or another Pokemon with Snow Warning, is obviously a challenge. Let me extreme. I apologize. Oh. Yeah, stretching the back. And you got to do the legs too, you see. Oh. Damn, something cracked. Other leg in there. Oh, that feels good. Freaking good, baby. Let's go back. Oh, yes. Snow Warning would be cool too. Yeah, I can't speak English. Snow Warning is, I would prefer that. The thing is, like, Snow Warning would be preferable, but at the same time, if I have a Snow Warning on one Pokemon, then I would have to like set up with that Pokemon. And if that Pokemon's not that tanky, or like it forces me to switch out, and it's it's not necessarily the best situation. So Hail might, be better for certain circumstances. Wow, they're actually pretty high level. I'm gonna push them to level 22, and then burst the second gym. The nice thing is, because of experience share, they're all gaining levels. So once we like train up God, I think Bear will already be a pretty high level, which is nice. Yeah, that's a good idea. I didn't think of that. The only reason I'm smart enough to think of these things is not because I'm a Pokemon genius, but because I'm just a genius naturally. No, but because I could get a lot of XP with Icy Wind here now. Yes, killed almost everyone. But because I've literally been on this Nuzlocke for so long. As you can tell, we have 132 resets. Oh, it's a Slowking. So I tried to think of all the strategies I could. Like for one example is, ice Pokemon have so many weaknesses, and obviously one of the most annoying weaknesses is fire, right? Like going up against fire types is very annoying. So to counter that, getting a water ice type early on in the game is like kind of like really important. That being said, there are some there are other ice type Pokemon that help to counter fire. One example is on our team right now. Well, it's in the PC. We put him in the PC, but is Aurorus or whatever, because Aurorus is a rock ice type, so fire doesn't really affect it. Like super effective. It's not super effective against Aurorus. So yeah, looking at type effectiveness is important. Our type, I mean, they're all ice types, right? So they're all gonna die by like rock or fire a lot of the time, or steel, or fighting. That's what ice dies to. But having different mixes, like water ice dies to electric, grass, fighting, and rock, right? So that counters steel and fire. So if we go up against a steel or fire type, taking out a water ice type is like really good. But if we go up again, so like that type of thing is very important, since it's a monolock challenge. What else? Another thing that's very important is the level cap, actually, believe it or not, because the level cap barely increases between the third and fourth gym. So if I overlevel my Pokemon, I have to release them essentially, because it's a level cap. So that's a big thing also. What's another big thing? Oh yeah, having type coverage, right? So if I have all my Pokemon just have ice type moves, I'm gonna be screwed. Like the fact that I have an Aurorus, what's that move? I have that ice move, that freeze dry, that's super effective against water type Pokemon, is like really, really useful, because it doubles as like a super effective against, whatever ice kills, which is what, grass, ground bug, probably flying, you know, and water types, like that's really helpful. Yeah, so like having type coverage is important. That's why I kept Astonish on emo, because even though Astonish is not like that good of a move on its own, having a ghost type Pokemon to counter ghost type move to counter ghost type Pokemon is I think useful enough to keep it on the team. It'd be cool if they made a water fire type and an ice fire type that's not a legendary. Yeah, I was about to say there is a water fire type. Is there an ice fire type? Water fire type, it's Volcanion? No, not the Volcanion. Is it Volcanion? I forgot what it is, but it exists. As a legendary, obviously. Yeah, that is true. There's so many type combinations that just don't exist in Pokemon, which is crazy to think about. Like how Pokemon has existed for like what, over 20 years now, and they don't even have like so many different types. Like if you think like grass and flying, I think there's only one. This could be so dumb and so wrong, but I think there's only one Pokemon that's a grass and flying type, which is the Tropius. I think. Let me look it up. Grass flying type Pokemon. No, I'm an idiot. There's a lot. There is a lot. Oh, Dartrix, which is a starter. Hoppip, Jumpluff. Right. We just went up against Jumpluff recently. Right now, too. Skiploom. Right. That was a dumb thing to say. It's good I looked it up. Water fire type Pokemon. Is it Volcanion? It is Volcanion. I did remember that. Okay, that's cool. I feel good about that. Ice fire type. What's the ice fire type Pokemon? Okay. This is Galarian. The newer Pokemon I'm so bad with. So Galarian, Darmanitan, Zen mode. Yeah. Wait, he's not a legendary, and he's an ice fire type. So Slime there does exist an ice fire type. I mean, it's a Zen mode, but still, you know? That's actually cool. Seems like the only one, too. Yeah. We've almost reached 1,000. True, there's like 838. I don't remember the number. It's 800 something Pokemon. Which, if you think about, it's kind of interesting because there's 8 generations. So it's kind of like 100 on average per Pokemon generation, which is kind of cool. Like to think about. Obviously, the first generation was what, 151 Pokemon. Second generation was less. How many Pokemon were in second generation? I don't know, like 80 or something. Third generation was also like 150 or something. Fourth generation had quite a bit. I think 8th gen had barely any. And then there's variants of Pokemon, right? So if you don't count that as separate Pokemon, then it's also it's just not the same though. True. But for the ice fire type, yeah. The thing is, like, technically there's probably over 1,000 Pokemon by this point, because like if you count variants and different types, but they're not different Pokemon, so it doesn't count. I remember Ominous Wind being good. These are blast the target with a gust of repulsive wind. Yeah, that's good. That's basically a better Astonish. Well, it's not, but it's a better Astonish. Having the ability to possibly raise all stats is good. So I'm thinking with Emo, we could probably confuse Ray and then go into like using Ominous Wind to try to boost stats. I don't know what the percentage is though. Let me look it up. I'm kind of curious now. Ominous Wind boost percentage. Like how likely is it? It's a 10% chance. Okay. And it raises attack and defense by 2 stages. Wait. What? I thought it raises everything. Yeah, it raises everything. Okay, attack, defense, special defense, and speed. Yeah. So I think that's the same as the rock move. God damn it. What is it called? Damn it. What is it called? Oh my god. So many Pokemon have this move. How do I forget this move's name? Do you know what move I'm talking about? It's... Oh my god. It has 5 PP. I guess that's what they have in common. They have 5 PP. Ha, PP ping pong. You got it. I don't know. Lottie ass. We'll get to 22 and a half. Level 22 and a half. Because that's what our other guys are at. Psywave. Jesus, that kind of did a lot of damage. How can I forget this move? I like when they have different types, but moves that are very similar. Because then it feels very, it just feels cool. Like like rollout and ice shard or whatever the ice alternative is. It's like very similar, but it's different type. It's just cool to me. Yeah. When do you think Gen 9 is gonna come out? Where they're like Gen 9, where they'll like introduce. Jesus, they're all level 19. That's actually awesome. Where they'll, you know, potentially introduce more Pokemon. I think by Gen 10 you'll have, you know, the 1,000th Pokemon. It's weird though too, because like you have Pokemon like Melmetal, which is only really available in Pokemon Go. I think you could transfer it to like Pokemon Let's Go Eevee and Let's Go Pikachu, but I don't know if you could find them in Let's Go Eevee, Let's Go Pikachu. They're like, that's a Pokemon, but it's so weird. You know? That it's an actual Pokemon. Jesus, I don't want to run into Landorus so often. Maybe I battle a trainer to get money also. I mean, that's the thing. Once we get higher level up, we could come back here and verse trainers we went up against that we skipped over beforehand. Because trainers are initially scary because obviously they could ruin runs. You know? It's not like regular Pokemon, so. But, you know, we'll see. Okay, I think we could put Emo in the PC now. We're gonna demolish the second gym. And we don't need to train much for the third gym, I think. Like this is the biggest training arc until like the fourth or like until like fifth gym possibly. I might be wrong with that, but I think there's a lot of trainers to verse later on, that's why. And we might catch Pokemon, which is cool. So you're gonna stay here. We're gonna get God up to level 22, and then because of the experience share, probably Cryogonal like 1 or 2 levels, and then Cubchoo we're not even gonna touch, because Cubchoo sucks. Another cool thing is because we have less people in the party now, everyone's gonna get more XP, which is pretty awesome. I don't remember Duosion's typing, but I know Mud Bomb's pretty powerful. What is Duosion? Duosion. Oh, it's just a psychic type. Its special attack is 125. Guys, that's its second evolution. Its final evolution has the same thing. What the hell? That's actually crazy. When it evolves, it doesn't have any stat change. That's so weird. The Bug Ghost Dark will kill it because it's psychic. We don't have Bug Ghost Dark, so we'll just Mud Bomb. Let's go. I hope they don't keep making ugly, terrible Pokemon. Cough, cough, Gumshoes, Rukti, the rest of the Galarian. Yo, there's so many ugly Galarian types. So true. Gumshoes look so dumb to me. I don't even remember who Rookidee is. Is Rookidee, oh, Ice is going to be effective here. Rookidee is a bird? Is that what it is? Yeah, Rookidee looks okay. Rookidee Galarian? Rookidee Galarian. Yeah, I think Rookidee actually looks okay. I think it looks fine, to be honest. Ooh, One Piece. Do you watch One Piece, Slimeberry? Do you watch like any anime? Or are you not a nerd like me? The thing is, there are a lot of weird looking Pokemon, even in the earlier gens, like Muck. Muck is just a pile of slime. But everyone is like, oh my god, it's Muck, because nostalgia, right? So, you know, there's always going to be dumb Pokemon. You also have the stupid, you have an ice cream cone as a Pokemon, and that's before like Gen 8, you know? What is that? Is that this game that they introduced it? I think it's this game they introduced. It might have been Gen 5, though. I'm not sure. Castelia cone or whatever. Wait, that's the healing item. I forgot what the actual Vanillite, Vanna whatever. Come on. Come on. I think Gumshoes looks terrible though. And a lot of Galarian form Pokemon. Yo, every version of Meowth and Alolan, every version of Meowth just looks dumb except the original version. I figured this out like when I was doing a tier list the other day on stream. Like, how dumb, let's be honest, how dumb does Gigantamax or Dynamax, whatever, Meowth look? No, Gigantamax Meowth. It's literally, it just looks like a freaking, it's just like a tall, like, carpet. I don't know what's going on there. And then you have, you have Galarian Meowth, which just looks so dumb. It's such a bad color scheme. And, like, a big mouth and, like, a weird mustache. And then you have, Alolan Meowth? I can't remember right now. But, like, only the original one looks decent. The evolution is okay, but it's really just a ripoff of a Fletchling. I mean, to be honest, right? Every main story Pokemon game has they all have 3 starters that are fire, grass, water related. And there's so many freaking firefighting starters for some reason. But they also all have, probably to counter whatever. But they also have what's it called? Like the bird Pokemon. Like you have Swellow from 3rd gen. You have Pidgeot from the 1st gen. I guess these are gens you haven't really played, but you have, like, you know, like they're all kind of there. Just a bunch of birds that progressively grow larger. Yeah, but that's like every gen. I feel like Gen 8 actually made it pretty interesting. Like, it's pretty different. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, the way it turns out to be that big, like, black bird, I forgot it's the name of that Pokemon, it looks pretty cool. I don't know. That's just my opinion. Yeah, Gigantamax Meowth looks so stupid. It looks hilarious, but stupid at the same time. All the starting routes always have that one bird. Yeah. Like, that's my point, you know? That's why I don't really like I think Rookie, whatever its name is, actually looks pretty cool. Because it's, like, different, if that makes sense. If it seems different to me. I think it's because it's, like, the color scheme. Like, I've never really seen a blue, black, yellow bird. I like how it looks. Ooh, hail. You were just talking about hail. I wish we had snow warning instead, but probably taking out Odor Sleuth is fine. Enables a ghost type target to be hit by normal and fighting. This doesn't really matter, right? Because we already have a ghost type move on another guy, and we don't really have normal or fighting moves here. And normal and fighting moves, what would they do? They would do, like, normal damage on ghost. So it's, I don't even know why that. I feel like there are specific circumstances where that could be a useful move, but it's not really useful. Okay, damn, we already almost leveled up everyone. I'll give Rukadi a pass this time. Let's go. Yeah, he looks pretty cool. Like, Talonflame is very different, you know? I feel. I'm trying to think, like, what are some, like, just... Well, this is why I made the cute list. Just to see. To formalize it in my list. Like, it's a YouTube video on my YouTube channel. But basically at the beginning of each stream, I try to make some sort of content that's good for YouTube. Before going into Pokemon. Because, like, this is going to become a huge video on YouTube. Once I beat this game. But in the beginning of streams, I tend to, like, do something. So I do tier lists of, like, how cute Pokemon are. I also do other stuff, but we've been doing some of those. And obviously we haven't gotten to Rookie yet. We've done all of Gen 1. We did all of Gen 2. Next is Gen 3. Which is, like, my favorite gen. So I really hope there's a lot, like, I rank a lot of them as cute. Ah, Gen 3 is so cool. Gen 3, oh, I love Gen 3 so much. So many Pokemon, though. So many to rank, you know? Like, we went through, like, 200, I guess. 2, 4, 6, 8, which is what, 25% of all Pokemon? 25% of all Pokemon is in the first 2 gens, and there's 8 gens. 2 out of 8 is 1 out of 4. Oh, that makes sense. That follows logic.
That logically follows.
Know what I mean? Get out of here, Lottie ass. Give me that XP, though. It gives a lot of XP. You see how much faster it is to train them when you have less guys? Oh, it's so fast. Excuse me. What do you think of Mamoswine's design? I think Mamoswine looks pretty cool. He's dancing in the moonlight. Okay, Mud Bomb is better here. No, he avoided the attack. Ayo, let's go. Gonna go heal up. Never take the risks in Nuzlocke against wild Pokemon. They could just bind you to oblivion, you know, or just toxic you and like mean look you, and you can't run away because you're not fast enough, and then they mean look you and you're done. Or you go up against a Wynut. You know what's ruined more runs than any other run? Frickin' Wobbuffet. But yeah, what do you think of Mamoswine? I feel like Mamoswine looks pretty cool. Looks like a person, kind of. It reminds me of something from Ice Age, but it looks pretty cool. I like it also because it's actually a decent Pokemon. Like, Swinub and Piloswine are just kind of trash, just sitting there. Like, Piloswine's okay, but like Mamoswine is actually like you could actually use it. Yeah. If you haven't read it in the Discord, I'm actually an artist. Oh, cool. I haven't I don't like going on my phone in the middle of stream. See, now I found out that a 7-train passenger was understandably groggy when awoken by Queens Transit cops at 4 a.m. I don't know what that's about, but... And my uncle called me 2 hours ago. 2 years ago, Jesus. And my friend called me. Like, then I could just get distracted by my phone. But, I usually run out of ideas of things to draw, and I like it when people tell me to draw things. Oh, cool! On occasion, I like to make small streamers emotes and fan art because it makes them... Yes! That would make me happy. That sounds awesome. Yeah, we need to get more subs for more emotes spaces. I want to do like a big 24-hour stream this month on Pokemon Arceus. So I might have like some sub goals to reach that. If we do, because right now I'm getting an artist that I talk to have emotes, 2 new emotes made for me. But that sounds awesome. Can I see some of your work for emotes? For fan art, I'll take anything, but I'm kind of writing and illustrating my own graphic novel. Jesus, that's sick. Do you stream it? Not that you have to stream it, but that seems cool. Fan art time. Hell yeah. Hey, we're just talking about Swellow. Look, Tailo. Damn, we actually never ran into a Tailo, I feel like. What the hell? Bet. Fan art time. Let's go. It does make me happy. It also makes me happy when people put it on the Reddit. The Reddit is very dead. But when obviously you could put it on the Discord. But like when it's, I feel like when you put like an art piece or something on Discord, it kind of dies with all the other like stuff eventually. But when you put it on like a Reddit, I feel like it lives on. So I don't know. But you don't have to obviously, but yeah. I know. Ooh, Brine. A water move? Do you understand how awesome this is? Jesus. I always forget this too. But if the target's HP is half or less, the attack will hit with double the power. So freaking good. Yo, I just realized Cubchoo is learning this. I think Bide can be useful in circumstant. What? The only thing is Bear is a physical attacker, not a special attacker. I don't know if it's worth it. Like his special attack is 70. It's almost half his physical attack. And fire kills him. So water obviously counters fire. But it could counter ground types. But then ice already counters ground types. What else does water counter? Fire, ground. Oh yeah, rock. So we have mud bomb to counter rock types. Brine could actually be good to counter rock types. The only question now becomes, is it? I mean, icy wind and powder snow are both special attack moves, so I might as well just remove one of them. I'll just take out powder snow. That probably makes the most sense. That's crazy. We have a water. I wish it was a special attacker, not a physical attacker. But I mean, if we get Ice Fang and stuff like that later on, if he learns it or if we find the TM for it, that could be very useful. Oh yeah, I will once I finish illustrating all the characters and plot and the personalities I'm giving the characters. Oh, cool. I will spill all the beans at the same time and make an announcement on all platforms and open the official Discord for it. That sounds freaking awesome. Be sure to self-promote in my Discord when you do that, because I would want to see that. Graphic novels. I don't remember exactly. Graphic novels are like novels that are like pictures, right? Like they're graphic. I think I have a streamer friend who's also my my IRL friend's IRL friend who's been making a graphic novel and streaming it. I think it's a graphic novel. So if you were to talk to him, I think that would be cool. His name is Lando Illustrations. Then I'll start wringing like my hands are on fire so I can get to the fun part of illustrating. It's so funny you say that, because to me, like, creating the story around things is really fun. Like, I used to love writing when I was younger. And, like, I suck at drawing. So the drawing part would be where I'm like, damn it, I don't want to do this part, you know? I'll look at the opposite for you, maybe, yeah? Yeah, like comics? Okay, yeah, so that's exactly what I'm thinking then. Yeah, this guy's making a graphic novel. So, List. I think that's how you spell it. That's his thing if you would want to check it out. Didn't we remove Mist for Haze? I don't know if we want Mist or Haze. Yeah, we literally removed Mist for Haze. For this Pokemon. Oh, we're not gonna teach it down. Then I'll start writing like my hands are on fire, so I can get to the fun part. Oh, I thought you meant like wringing your hands, like putting your hands like this, like I don't know. Sometimes I take things at face value, and I'm just really dumb. Yeah, Lando Illustrations. He does a lot of art streams. Ooh, God is level 22. I gotta stop training her. Gotta remember that. I'm a creep. I'm not actually a creep. I just like the song. I'm a widow. I'm not a widow either. What the hell are you doing here? Having Brine is like very interesting though. Okay, let's see. We're gonna move you here, and we're gonna train you. Yeah. I think we could get... We're almost done training everyone. We could get to the exciting stuff. Oh, we're so close. Yeah, but do you have any images of stuff you do? It doesn't have to be of this, because I know you want to spill the beans of everything. If you do, send it on the Discordo, and I'll check it out. This is like the worst Pokemon to go up against. So fucking special. Introduction. Hi, I'm Slime. I'm currently unemployed. Same! Artist with way too much time on my hands. Same! Except just replace artist with streamer slash streamer slash YouTuber. Sorry, I kind of buzzed out there because I just realized that Tommy also had an introduction in the chat. If you tell to draw something, the chances is that I will definitely draw it because Art Brain go burr. That's cool. Nice. Going well. Okay. I'm back on Pokemon. Oh yeah, sure. I'll send it in Discord right now. Oh, awesome. I'm gonna save the emulator because yes, I don't want to screw up. No looking at phones during stream. Bad ping pong. So freaking special. Yes, a Deerling. Perfect Pokemon to go up against. Let's see how much Icy Wind will actually do. Ayo, that's actually good damage. Barely any XP though, which is not good. How do we get barely any XP with 2 Pokemon on our team? I think Icy Wind is super effective here as well. I always forget Laleep's typing. Is it like a grass rock or something? I feel like it's a grass rock. So, it sounds so weird. But like ice probably, because ice takes out grass and rock takes out ice. So I'm like, what? You know? I'm like, what? Why does rock take out ice? I don't get it. Right? Ice dies to freaking fighting rock and steel. And then fire. Why? Why does it do that? I like doing these monolocks also because I remember type effectiveness much better with them. Like now I know what ice kills pretty much, like very easily. Like ice kills what? Bug, grass, ground. Bug, grouse, ground. What else does it? Oh yeah, dragon obviously. So it doesn't kill bug? How is ice not super effective on bug? That makes no sense to me. So ice kills grass. What does it kill? Grass, flying, dragon, ground. That's so weird. Huh. I guess I didn't remember. And it dies by firefighting rock, steel. That I remember pretty well. What else I want to remember about ice types? I want to remember the half effectiveness. Fire, water, ice, steel. Fire, water, ice, steel. So fire, water, ice, steel. Fire, water, ice, steel. How do you remember that? It's half against fire, water, ice, steel. Fire kills it, so it's half against it. Makes sense. Ice is ice. That makes sense. Steel kills it. That makes sense. Why is it half against water? Because ice and water are kind of the same thing. Okay. Gotta try to remember that. Oh, you're back? Rock smashes ice, but ice can crack rocks. That's what I'm saying, man. It doesn't make sense. Also, how does ice not kill bugs? If I freeze like a bug, it's probably gonna die, no? I don't know. See ya, doctor. Bye-bye. Like, this is gonna be half damage now. Oh, no, it's not, because he's a water grass, so it's normal damage. Also, how does ice get... Ice is half against ice. Wait, what? We already said that. But if you're defending as an ice type... Wait, if you're defending as an ice type... Wait, that sucks. Ice sucks. If you're defending as an ice type... Ice is the only thing that does half damage against ice. So if you're defending as ice and someone attacks you with an ice move, it's half damage. But if someone attacks you with any other move, it's super effective or normal damage. How trash is that? And then ice takes out like what? I mean, freeze dry is awesome to take out water type moves. Water type Pokemon. That's freaking beautiful. But like generally, ice only takes out ground, grass, flying, and dragon. It takes out 4, and it dies by fire, fighting, rock, steel by 4. Okay, that's actually pretty even. Never mind. It's pretty even. But it does like half damage on on fire, water, steel, and ice, which is 4. It does half damage against 4, but when it's defending, it takes like super effective damage or like normal damage, unless an ice type move is hitting it. Like, that sucks. Basically, overall, it's worse than average in terms of type effectiveness, right? In terms of actual like Pokemon and stats, Kyurem is insane stats, right? It just has insane overall stats. But there are some cool ice type Pokemon that have like pretty decent like attack or special attack. There's not many ice Pokemon though that are tanky. And if they are tanking, meaning they have like pretty high HP, pretty high special defense, pretty high defense, then they have a lot of weaknesses, right? Because ice type Pokemon on their own have 4 weaknesses. So it's kind of interesting. Oh, you sent the art? Okay, let's check it out. Oh, damn, that looks
4K.
I'm gonna add to that reward actually. But yeah, it'll be better. It'll be better, I promise. But that's caught in 4K. That's when I get caught in 4K. You know what I mean? Damn, that looks so good. It actually looks really good. Hey, I like the Dragonair also. Or yeah, it's Dragonair. The Dragonair is my precious snoot. Right. Emote I made for a smaller streamer. She kept falling in Minecraft. More art? Low. Plus things I've made. I'm crafty too. Damn, that pumpkin looks sick. Damn, a lot of Undertale stuff, yeah? It doesn't look like it's sent twice. I think only one picture sent twice. That's really, really good stuff. Well, 2 pictures sent twice, but that looks really good. Well, no, yeah, 2 pictures. That looks really good. That's really good. Yeah. I don't know for emotes, but I have to... Wait, I think I have a list of emotes that people wanted me to add. But if you have an emote idea, or you make an emote and you think it's good or whatever, like, let me know. I think I definitely have a list somewhere for all the emotes people wanted me to make. I write so many things down during streams. I think I have it written down on my phone. I'll check it out later if you want to like contact me if you want to do emotes. But yeah, fan art would be really cool. I love to paint. Yeah. Yo. It reminds me of my cousin and my sister is really into art, but it reminds me of my cousin because the pumpkin especially, it's like stuff that she would make, and it's just like it just looks really good. Sometimes I feel bad, you know, because I don't know if someone's like, oh, I like art a lot, and then I look at their art and it's like, and I like being honest, I'll be like, oh, that looks okay, you know, but your art actually looks really good. But I'm sure I don't need to tell you that for you to know that. Plus, I'm not an artist, so I don't, you know. I could do both. Damn, that would be cool. We need more space for emotes. I mean, I could remove certain emotes that people don't use at all, really. I could do that, but I'd rather just add as opposed to remove. I only have 1 space for an emote available right now, and I have an artist making 2 emotes for me. So... But there's so many emote ideas that people bring up to me, so yeah. I think having them as a backlog for when we get more subs to add that, I think would be cool. So yeah, emotes would be cool. Basically a long way of saying emotes would be cool. We're going to train Snow just a little bit more to get to like a level 22.5. Just because our whole team is level 22.5. And then we're going to push the second gym. Just, can you stop giving me Fennekin, game? All right, let me look at what level the other guy is. Bear's level 21. And, like, about to go to level 22. Yeah, we're definitely going to just kill 1 more Pokemon for the level. Sheesh. Oh, this is beautiful. If we could hit them with an Icy Wind, just take out a lot of them, that would be awesome. I think we'll take out 3 out of 5. I was so right. I knew Slowpoke because he's weak and Clefable because very defensive. That's a lot of XP though. Most people wouldn't believe my age if I told them because my art. Can I guess your age? I'm gonna guess. This is my guess based off the fact that you said Pokemon X and Y was like your first Pokemon. And that you didn't really play the first 3 gens ever. If you don't mind me guessing, what is your favorite Pokemon? Right now, it used to be Rayquaza, but it's more so Dragonite now because I've been using Dragonite in Nuzlocke runs, and Dragonite is just so good. Jesus Christ, he's almost level 23. Dragonite is just so like cool and awesome. So possibly Dragonite. I actually have the artist guy that I'm talking to. He's gonna make me an emote of me hugging Dragonite because people wanted a hug emote. Sure. Okay. I'm gonna guess 16. 16 female. It sounds weird to guess ages and genders or whatever of like people, but that's my guess. And it's because you said Pokemon X and Y was your first game. You said people are surprised because of your age, blah blah blah. It seems like you like Minecraft. And like I could kind of tell by chat when people are in their like mid to late teens, when people are like 9 or 10 years old, because some people are like 10 years old and come on chat, like they're very immature. Like I could just tell right away that they're really young. And then people who are in their 20s, like people act differently depending what age they are. It's kind of interesting generally. Dragonite is a wise choice. I like Dragonite too. Well, of course you like Dragonite. You like Dragonite. Yeah, Dragonite is great. I love Rayquaza too. I don't even know if you know Rayquaza. Rayquaza's from 3rd gen. I mean, but Rayquaza was in later gens too, so you probably know Rayquaza. That was so close. Yo, I was gonna guess 15, but I was like, there are so many 15-year-olds on that come to like that watch. I'm like, let me guess 16 for once. Oh, your birthday's in July. I'm younger than my friends, and my birthday's in July. Damn. I was close. Yeah. I don't know why 15 is like just the age a lot of people on Twitch are. It's like such a random thing. You know Rayquaza? Oh, okay. I'm younger than my friends. Isn't it cool when you're younger than the people around you? Like when I went to Japan, I was the youngest person there because I graduated college a year early. So a lot of people I would interact with were older than me, and my coworkers were other Japanese teachers, and they were like, 40 in their 40s or in their mid to late 20s. And I went there when I was 21. So I don't know. I liked hanging around like older people. I liked it a lot. But yeah, I don't know. It's just cool. You feel cool, Well, I guess you do know because you said your friends you're younger than your friends. What day is your birthday? July what? I'm just curious because my dog's birthday is July 10th. My grandpa's birthday is July 10th. My brother's birthday is July 27th. It would be cool if it's like the same day, I guess. And I like asking viewers' birthdays because then like when it's your birthday, I like play happy birthday on like guitar or whatever. Red card. What does that even do? An item to be a band that increases the power of binding moves. Oh wow. Wait, what? Let's give that to Cupchew, because he has literally the move Bind. Red card. When the holder is hit by an attack, the attacker is removed from battle. Wait, what? Red card must be a one-time use only. Red card, one-time use Pokemon. Is it a one-time use move? Yeah, it is. It's consumable. It was introduced in Gen 5. Not too useful. Dallas Drive is for Genesect. That's actually crazy. Ooh, Spooky Play could be useful. Actually. Since we have a ghost move now. Muchakini on my mind. Let me save the game. Oh, excuse me. I should have gone for the item there, because there's an item there. Just gonna skip over them. I think there's a trainer to my left. I don't think there's any trainers left until the next town. I feel like Unfazant is such a weird looking Pokemon. It looks so weird. I do not like how it looks. Oh no, wait, this is where you get the item, right here. Eddie. I went the wrong way though, because I'm stupid. Here we go. Yeah, stop taking art classes because it felt like I was learning the same thing over and over and it gets boring. I'm starting to enjoy psychology class. Oh, cool. It helped me. Yeah, psychology class could help you with well, with life, but with writing characters for sure. With a lot of that. Psychology is very interesting to me. I minored in psychology and I learned some cool stuff, I think, in college from that. I gotta move. I'm like at the edge of the webcam. Alright, this is better. Let's get the rest of the team back before we lose every game. All our Pokemon. Oh, look at this insanity. Our team is super strong. Emo. We're gonna have to change the items maybe though, because we could give Emo an item for ghost type moves. Even though having... Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. I think psychology is interesting though. Yeah, we have... Item. Give. Let's give you... a Spooky Plate. He is a ghost type. And we'll take the Light Clay. I already forgot what Light Clay does. Protective moves. Let's give it... let's give... Who do we give it to? Snowflake? Bear? What does Bear have? What item does Bear have? Oh, we gave it Binding. I already forgot. I'm so dumb. I'm going to give you Binding Band. Since you have the move Bind, I'm pretty sure. And we're going to give Snowflake, which is the last... Everyone's going to have an item, which is great. That's a good thing. Okay. Now we just heal up and we should be good for the rest. I love this song. Do you watch anime, Slime? By the way? Or like you're just like not about Japanese culture at all? Which is fine. I actually got into anime and Japanese culture and Japanese language when I was... How old was I? I was around your age, actually. Yeah, you're the same age as my brother. I was like 15. I got in... What, 15? Probably... No. I was a senior in high school. My brother is a sophomore now, so I guess I was like 17 when I got into anime. It's kind of late. Kind of cool. I think we'll have to go this way now. For the fossil. Yep, cutscene. Oh, we don't verse the second gym yet. Blah, blah, blue, blue, blue. The glittering cave. Wait, do we need to go to the... Do we have to verse Team Flare before the second gym? Did I screw up by training them all to like level 22? Am I an idiot? Oh, let's get the fishing rod right here. I might be an idiot right now. I don't know if we have access to the second gym yet. I think I might have screwed up the order. Yeah, Glittering Cave. We have to verse 3 Team Flare members. Shit, I forgot about that. That's so bad. No, I messed up. I actually messed up. I leveled them up way too much. Okay, we might be okay. We might be okay, actually. It's only 2 trainers. 2 or 3 trainers. So we could be okay for the level cap. Because we don't need to verse anyone until we get to the gym. So it could be okay. We could be okay. I've never made that mistake. How could I have done it now? I feel like so dumb. Oh, we have to buy great potions. Let's go buy great potions. Don't want to run into an Articuno or something and forget to like do that. So it's about like I was gonna buy 6, but we can't. That's buy 4. I guess we can only afford 1 super potion. And let's see what we could sell. Please have some. Okay, big root. Boosts the power of HP stealing moves so the holder recovers more HP. Dire hit. What can we sell here? Red flute. I feel like we don't need a red flute, right? 10 cents or $10 or whatever. I kind of want to sell Pokeballs, but that seems dumb, so we're not going to do that. Anime is great. Hey, let's go. I watch a few animes like My Hero Academia, and some Netflix original animes aren't bad. True. I actually watched a couple of Netflix original animes that I would have never found out if it weren't for Netflix. That were like pretty good. I tried to learn Japanese once, but I eventually forgot about it and lost interest. I think most people are like that. I think this person gives you something. And they don't. It's funny. I started teaching myself Japanese, then I minored in Japanese. I minored in Japanese and psychology in college. But like I never stopped my Japanese learning really until I came back from Japan. Now I barely study Japanese. But I listen to Japanese music sometimes. But I think most people lose interest because it's pretty hard language, you know? But that's cool. Hey, Cortez, how are ya? How you doing, bro? I was actually talking about you before, about how like you're really good at timing channel point rewards sometimes. Say hi to Slime, Cortez. New person. They're pretty terrible. No, I'm joking. Pretty chill. Cortez, how's life, bro? Welcome. What would you say to Slime? What would you say to people for the first time like being here? Like what do they need to know about me? How unique of a person am I? How amazing of a streamer am I? How like just perfect as a human being am I, you know? Like what would you say, Cortez? What would you say? Run away from Whelp Disc here. Also, how's life? Oh, I gotta tell you my new idea, Cortez. Wave Incense. I'm assuming that helps water type Pokemon or water type moves. Let's see. Yep, water type moves. PV being a bit pompous, but he is amazing. Aw, that's so sweet. Aww. I was jokingly being pompous, okay? It was jokingly. Cortez, I've been playing a lot of Pokemon lately. I forgot she heals you. This Ace Trainer heals you. But I've been planning to, I want to change stuff up, and I still want to do a lot of Pokemon content, but I want to also, like, make it so that every month I kind of have this game that I'm playing a lot of, and there's, like, a challenge. So I'm thinking for next month to speedrun Mario 64. Super Mario 64. What do you guys think? What does everyone in chat, all the thousands of people in chat, what do you guys think about that? So deep. Wait, I mean not like that. Oh my god. Slime is so immature. This is what I got to deal with. I don't know if this guy versus you. Should we test this out? I've been avoiding this trainer for years. This guy doesn't even verse you, and I've been scared of him. Such an idiot. All right, let's move on. SM64 Pagyu. Let's go. Okay, good. Poggers. Let's go. Awesome. I'm going to try to do sub 20. Beat the game and do a, speed run it and beat it in less than 20 minutes. Within a month. I'm just going to play it like crazy. Jesus, we're level 23. That's so high. I thought there was supposed to be a TM there, but apparently there's nothing there. I'm gonna start to memorize the road here. I think there's a free TM here. Which category? 16 star. I think that's the best for like a beginner, right? Wait, no, I don't want to verse the Ludicolo. Don't want to get XP right now. Comet Shard. Jesus. Is that something I could sell? What can I do with the Comet Shard? Yes, I could sell it. Okay, that's great. That is great. Wait, there's two roads here. Oh, or is this the road from before? I'm confused. It's an Igglybuff. Pretty Iggly, if you know what I mean. You get it? Because it's like ugly. I'm so funny. I'm so funny. There's supposed to be a TM. Where's the TM? Maybe the TM's here. I should really print out a map for this area. What time is it where you're at? I'm in New York City. It is 1:12 a.m. because I am a stupid. Oh, Roost, damn it. I wish we got Ice Beam. If we get Ice Beam as a TM one of these runs, it would help so much, but, you know, I'm not complaining. That's how I stretch. BRB, I gotta finish this Korean lesson. Hell yeah! I'm glad you're learning Korean again. Go finish the lesson. What time is it where you're at, Slime? I'm gonna assume you're Australian. No, I'm gonna assume you're South. I take it back. I'm gonna assume you're from South America. Not South America. South, somewhere in America that's South. Because you say howdy. Is that a good assumption? It's 12. I might be right. If you're 1 hour behind, like it's midnight by you? Or is it like in the morning? Or is it like in the evening, I mean? We're going to save here, even though if we lose, it doesn't matter. What Pokemon would this person have originally? Probably a Pyroar, right? Lilligant, perfect to kill. I need low-level, sucky Pokemon to kill. Because if I go up against like a Lilligant, that's a fully evolved Pokemon. I'm going to get too much XP. Look at that. Jesus, too much XP. Curlia. Look at that movement. Jesus. She's just like... Curlia is psychic, so we're just going to freeze dry it. Get out of here. Okay, we're not going to go up the level cap, I'm pretty sure. I think we'll be okay. Shit, we have to verse 2 more trainers. This is so annoying. Manaphy, that's going to give me way too much XP. What, Manaphy is like a water type though, right? So freeze dry should be super effective. Which is very lucky, but 12 at night? And no, I live in Kansas. I was right! I know that's not really south. There's no Uber in Kansas, right? I know it's not really south. I'm like USA, but like I was kind of close, you know. Should I rock throw here? So fire, fire's not super effective here. Jesus, why is it fully evolved? We're going to get so much XP from this. Oh, he might crit us next because he's focus energied. I hope we kill it. Yes, okay, good. Don't get too much. Oh, so much XP. Okay. It's not too bad. We don't have anyone level 25 yet. Okay. This battle should be fine. There's no Uber in Kansas. You ever heard of that joke? Kakuna, yes, that's not going to give a lot of XP. And Delcatty I actually think gives a lot of XP. Believe it or not. Rock Throw. Delcatty is just a normal type, right? It might be Fairy. I'm not sure, but I'm not really worried about Kakuna. Kakuna Matata. I'm so funny. Wait, how did Kakuna die? No. Okay, this is our level cap. We can't go up. We can't pass level 25. All right, so I'm gonna switch Pokemon because I don't want to get too much XP. Oh my god, I don't think we'll level up from killing a Delcatty, but still, you know. Ooh, Psybeam. Oh, we're just gonna peck. I mean, it's gonna die. It doesn't matter. Oh, too much XP, bro. 24. Okay. We're good. We didn't get an insane amount of XP. That's good. We're literally at the level cap right now. Kansas is smack dab in the center. True. I'm actually Irish though. Oh, that's so cool. Do you know Conan O'Brien, the like comedian? He's Irish. I don't know many Irish people. I will not bring you good luck or potatoes or booze or tater tots. Wait, I actually have met Irish people. When I was in Japan, I met 2 or 3 Irish people, and they love to drink, and they were like, Irish people love to drink. Like, they were actually from Ireland, though. But you're too young for that. Not saying that you will become an alcoholic or drink a lot, but you know. Maybe you will, maybe you will. I feel like you say that to a lot of people. I will not bring you good luck or potatoes or booze. Let's get the sale fossil. We actually have the draw fossil. Because items are randomized and we got it. Fossils are randomized too, so this is gonna be awesome. 2 lyrics have been ripped into words. Explain like a word. XD. You do explain to a lot of people, right? Alright, let's go back. Bet. A lot of New Yorkers say bet. I didn't know Kansasian Irelanders also say it. Damn it, I don't remember which way to go. I'm just gonna guess it's this way. Ooh, a snivy. That's actually pretty cool. Numbers of times I had to tell people that. See, I wouldn't have assumed that. If you said you were Irish, I mean, literally the only thing I brought up was like, you know Conan O'Brien? He's Irish. Because before I brought up the booze thing, but I brought that up because you brought it up. But I think, oh, this is so easy to get out of this cave. I think stereotypes all have a bit of truth in them, but when you're talking to an individual, it's not useful to just bring up stereotypes because you're talking to an individual. Like I'm talking to Slime. I'm not talking to, you know, Slime the Irish that has a 50% chance to be an alcoholic or whatever, you know, whatever the statistics are around Irish people and alcohol. So yeah. Jerusalem. But you do say howdy though, which made me think that you were, you know, not in a. Which made me think you were in the U.S. but not in like New York or something, or like Cali or something. Moonlight and light in my way. Do you think a lot of people say howdy? Yo, turn your butt around, Rhyhorn. What are you doing? Espeon. That's actually so cool. We've never run into a Glaceon. If we run into a Glaceon, that would just be so freaking cool to have an Eevee type Pokemon. Jesus, that probably hurts my character's pee-pee. Being on a Rhyhorn like that. Like, Jesus Christ. It's a Starly, another bird Pokemon. You see, you could get mad at Starly. Starly is like such a basic Pokemon, but Staraptor actually looks pretty cool. I say howdy because it's funny. Oh. I like saying howdy too sometimes, but I usually say hello. Not that creative. What else do I say? Oh, konnichiwa. That's Japanese. I don't have an accent, I don't think. Probably do. Nah, I don't know. Okay. Do I have an accent? I don't have an accent. Don't give me an ice type Pokemon. Imagine she gives me a Kyurem. Beartic! Oh my god, are you kidding me? Oh, that's so frustrating. That is so frustrating, guys. Because we caught a freaking Cubchoo. And according to the rules, duplicate Pokemon or Pokemon of the same evolution line cannot be caught or used. So, we're not catching it. But we can't use it. Because duplicate Pokemon or Pokemon of the same evolution line cannot be caught or used. We can't use it, according to our rules. Oh, that's so annoying. Oh, Chow is a great thing to say, but it's spelled C-I-A-O, not C-H-A-O. But, you know, Toodles? Toodles is like a cringe way that, like, people on Disney would say, like, on those Disney shows. That's how I see Toodles. Like, Toodaloo! It's like, come on. I don't want to hear that. You got the bottom of the barrel. Eevee? We can't... Wait, we can't use Eevee because it's not an ice type Pokemon. But it's like Glaceon. Oh, that's so annoying. Like, what is this annoyance? Why are they giving... Oh, look at this. It's a level 20 Beartic. And we gotta put it away. This Pokemon died, by the way, Dugong. And today's stream, in the beginning of today's stream. It was so sad. It's like... Oh, no, I didn't mean to put you there. It's much easier to lose Pokemon in the beginning of streams. Because you don't have enough Pokemon to counter other Pokemon, you know? Especially in randomizers. Like London Tipton and Sweet Life of Zack and that's probably what goes on in my head when I think of Toodles. Like her saying that. Probably, yeah. Remember when London was funny, though. Sometimes, like, she was like, I gotta find that scene on YouTube. I gotta show you guys. Slime, you might be too young for this show, but this was like some of our childhoods. London, Tipton, car scene. You might know this scene because it became a meme, but...
First things first. Have you adjusted your mirrors?
All three of them. And I can see myself perfectly.
Behind you.
They just were
Wait. London, not the car scene. London, Tipton, thinking scene. Where is she thinking? Where's the thinking scene? There was this one scene where she was like, remember to breathe? Maybe that was the car scene? I don't remember. It might have been the car.
First things, rear view you. Yes, miss. In the end. Why don't we jump?
beautify the highways.
I can't find it. Whatever. I'm done. I'm not 5, lol. Yeah, I know, but like, I don't know if you watched it. Like, how old is my brother? 15? So yeah, that's a 9-year difference. That's a lot of years. Okay? I don't know. Is it the Prindle? No, but that one is so funny. The Prindle joke. Where it goes, I might as well show that, right? We saw the car scene. Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, London, meme. I'll just look up meme. I'm sure it's like the first one that'll pop up.
First things first. Have you adjusted your mirrors?
All three.
No, they're not. It's serious.
Easily. So you mean Brindle. And that
The letter.
No, where is it? Oh my god, where is it? Meme. I just feel dumb now looking this up and not finding it. Cody, shut the You know what? Whatever. Just pretend you're seeing it right now on screen, okay? I like to watch Hell of a Boss. What is that? I don't even know what that is. It's that scene. It's that scene we've been watching. Just watch the whole scene. Wait, where she thinks like, breathe, London. No, I know it's the scene, but there's a meme that basically takes it and like contorts the manager's head, and it's just funny. It's like, and it's just like it just like expands his head or something. I don't know. It sounds weird to say, but whatever. I'm not watching the whole scene. You have to, if you had a childhood, you've seen the scene. And if you're in your childhood, you can watch it on your own time. Because we're about to beat the second goddamn gym leader, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, whammon and non-whammon. Dowsing machine, let's go. I don't really care about that. Okay, we just have to avoid the trainer here. There we go. Avoid that trainer. Avoid that trainer. And bada bing, bada boom, we're in Salage Town City. It's called the city. God damn it. I don't think we have a chance of losing. Like 100% guaranteed, we're not gonna lose against the second gym leader. It's just impossible. We have almost a full team of like pretty decent Pokemon, and some of them are at their level caps. So, you know. Wait, do we need to get a bike? We don't need a bike. Bikes are for the losers. I like biking though, but whatever. All right, let's go. Oh, let's get the items. Items are randomized, so. Blue shard. Don't care about you, blue shard. Goodbye. Okay. Oh, here's the bike. I don't remember if we get every game you get a free bike, but in different ways. Like it's hard to remember. Okay, I have notes for this area. And this song is slow, so I'm gonna skip it. I think I already kind of memorized how to do this. And this is the wrong way. I think I have to go up this one. I'm just gonna look at my thing. Right, straight, left. Straight, left. All the way left. That's literally the notes I put for myself. All the way left. No, I think this is where. Yeah. Oh, I almost versed her by accident. Isn't that crazy how you could skip every single trainer here? Like, how insane is that? Okay, this guy is annoying. This is where you save. Because this guy's stupid, okay? Oh, and then you could screw up the movements. Okay, we're finally in the second freaking gym. I want to end stream one day without resetting. Is today that day? I hope to God it is. All right, let's think a little bit here. We have Freeze Dry, which might be able to just sweep the teams. We have Confuse Ray, which should be very useful. We have Hail, which could set up for everyone else, which could be really good. We have Haze, Bind, Rapid Spin, which could be good. And we actually have 4 out of 5 Pokemon that could be good as starting for the battle. That being said, Luck is the highest level Pokemon. He has an Icicle Plate, which levels up ice moves by 20%. He has Stab. He has Freeze Dry, which counters water type Pokemon, and he has Thunder Wave. Increasing evasion is useful, and confusing an enemy is useful. And hailing might be the smartest move. Oh, you got ads? Oh no. Oh no. What do we do here? Do we use God or do we not use God? Do we use God or do we not use God? God has Never Melt Ice, which increases ice moves as well. I gotta pee. Should I go pee since the ad's on? I'll go get water. I'll be right back. Let me know what Pokemon. I'm back. The ads should be done by now, right? I figured since you got ads that I would just go get water. So, water. Oh, you're back? Okay, cool. Yeah, I was just saying like I went to get water. I didn't say too much, but Helava Boss is a series on YouTube that I really like. It's definitely not for kids though. It's basically about some imps. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. I don't think I ever liked that, even as a kid. It's like a green guy with the white bandages on his head, right? I don't think I liked that show when I was a kid. Anyway, I was thinking who to put first for the battle, for the second gym. Yeah, no worries, Slime. I was thinking who to put first, and I was thinking maybe God because of Hail. We could put 4 out of 5 guys though. Bear is probably not a smart choice. But Snowflake has Bind, Haze. Haze is useful. Rapid Spin is useful. But I feel like that's useful if something happens. God is useful to set up Hail. Emo is useful for Confuse Raising and double teaming into Ominous Wind / Icy Wind. And Luck is just useful because Luck is insanely powerful with Icicle Plate, which gives 20% boost to ice moves. Stab with Freeze Dry, and you could Freeze Dry super effective against water types, and Thunder Wave. So I was thinking to just go in with Luck. But Luck is our powerhouse too, so I'm not sure. Oh, that's not the show? Oh, it's a new show? Oh, that is not the show I thought of then. Helluva Boss. Let's see. Oh, someone told me about this show. I probably will never watch it. It looks way too I don't like dark shows. That's why I like Pokemon, because it's not dark. The annoying moves are the best. Yeah, but this is a computer. It's not a player. And it's a randomizer. So I could go up against literally anything. From like 1st gen to 6th gen. So like what's the best overall to go with? I guess Confuse Ray might be the best, right? It's just luck could literally sweep. That's why I'm unsure. And Hail is just good for evasiveness. But the problem is I would have to like take some damage if I go in with Hail. We're gonna try Emo. We're gonna try Emo here. Alright, you guys ready? Added 18 flashcards. Let's go! And you came in perfect timing. Because it's time to battle. The second frickin' gym leader. It's not dark, it's dark in a funny way. Oh, okay. But it still has a dark atmosphere and environment. Good luck. Thanks. Okay, we got an Aerodactyl. That's actually not bad. We're going to use our strategy, though, here, and we're going to confuse Ray into an Icy Wind, because Aerodactyl is still pretty strong. I think Icy Wind might be okay here. Obviously, switching in for the Freeze Dry would be better, but I want to rely on other Pokemon, not just on one Pokemon that's also the highest level Pokemon on our team. I'm going to see a potion here, most likely, so we're going to confuse Ray. Let's go. Shit, I thought it would be a full restore, not a hyper potion. Alright, I'm gonna go for Icy Wind again. That looked like a crit. Hit yourself. Oh my god, we're getting so lucky. It just keeps hitting itself. Okay, that was actually a beautiful. That couldn't have gone like any... That couldn't have been better. Flabebe! It's a Flabebe! We could literally sweep with Emo. Oh, this is gonna be so easy. Flabebe. Flabebe is just a fairy type, right? Poison Steel kill it. But Icy Wind should do decent damage. So, wait, how much would Ominous Wind do? I'm kind of curious now. Okay, it just does regular. Oh, it used Grassy Terrain. Terrains in this game increase health, right? What else do they do? Let's try Icy Wind. Let's see what that does. Yeah, that does pretty good damage. Magical Leaf. Oh, my HP gets restored too? I didn't even know that. I thought it was just hers. Let's go! That was so easy. That was actually so easy. And we get Ice Fang? Are you kidding me? Guys. My nose is so stuffed. Jesus Christ. Mamoswine is a physical attacker. Ice Fang is literally the move we've been waiting for. Yo, this is like the best run in a while. It's because you guys are here. Okay, it does 65. Powder Snow does 40. Let's get rid of Powder Snow here. Yes, I didn't even know he learns Ice Fang. It's because this never happened to us. Oh my god, that was beautiful. That was so good. That was actually so good. I'm so happy about that. And we get a badge. Let's go. Gonna add that on the badge list above there. And we get Rock Tomb, which is possibly better than Rock Throw. Also in this game, I think, either in this game or in Black and White in 5th gen, they introduced TMs and HMs being reusable. I mean, TMs being reusable. So we could teach Rock Tomb. Oh, it only does 60. I don't think we need it. Whatever. Well, let's go. Easy clap. Let's frickin' go. Thank you, Cortez. We got lucky with the randomizer there. I'm not gonna lie. But we also have really high level Pokemon, which I don't know how scary it is because the level cap only increases from 25 guys to like 32, I think, which is not bad at all. But then it goes from 32 to 34. I think that's what it is. Yep, it goes to 32 right now. Oh, what a blessed run. What a blessed run. Let's go heal up and save. Grassy terrain heals. Misty terrain, I believe, prevents sleep. I can't remember if static terrain is a thing. I think it is. Oh, in this gen. But I'm pretty sure it prevents any status effect. When was terrains introduced? Was it this game or Gen 5? I think it was this game, right? I don't remember it in black and white, but I don't remember black and white too well either, so. Okay, here we have access to new Pokemon, obviously, because it's a new route. So we might get an Ice-type Pokemon. We're forced to verse, I think, 2 trainers. We lost one of our best rounds, our second best run in an area close to this. Getting strength here would be good for the TM. So thankfully, we have more than 5 Pokemon. So let's go add someone on the team. Like, we have so many ice Pokemon. Like, this is so good. We also probably got some money, so we should probably do something about that. We can't use Eevee, but we could have Eevee as for strength, you know? Technically, we can't use him for strength either, but, like, let's be honest. TM slaving is fine. Oh my god, Eevee does not learn strength. I wish there was an easy way to know which Pokemon learns which HMs. Okay, I think Marshtomp could probably learn strength, right? Oh, but Marshtomp would get XP too. Oh, I actually don't like that. Alright, we're just gonna teach it to Marshtomp for now. Let's take out Tackle. Just to get the TM, then we'll put him back in the box. Sheesh, okay. Alright, let's move this. I think we could screw this up, so we're just gonna try not to. We're also gonna save. This is from Barto. Oh, I love this one. I'm pretty sure you have to go here now. And move this here. I might have screwed up. And can I get some IQ pluses for that, guys? Isn't that good? Look at that. Let's go. I think. Yes. Okay. Hone Claws. Damn it. All that for Hone Claw. I mean, Hone Claws, what? Greatly boosts probably means by 2 stages. Physical attack? Which could be useful on some guys we have. Actually, yeah. Should I teach it? Like on God, it could be useful. God has high physical attack. I'll think about it, but I'm not gonna teach it to it right now. Let's go back. Alright, we gotta save here because there's a stupid trainer that looks every 5 seconds. Look at this. Oh! I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. That's why we save. That's literally why I saved. Oh, God. It's probably not smart also to have it on 175 times speed. I'm pretty sure if they remade Pokemon X and Y for the Switch, I would cry. Imagine the graphics. True. I mean, they probably will in like 5-6 years. They're remaking every like Pokemon game, so. And the place is in even more detail than ever before. You see, I don't care much if they remake this game because I don't have nostalgic and like some amazing like connection to this game. When Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire came out, I loved that game because I loved Emerald. That was really cool to me. Since then, I don't know if Sword and Shield was cool. I bought it when I was in Japan. I bought a Switch when I was in Japan, and I got the game. Brilliant Diamond is decent. Like, I don't know. I'm really excited for Arceus, though. But yeah, I think it would be cool. I would stream it if it did come out, so. Be there or be square. Hopefully I would. What did I want to do here? Oh, we're going to verse someone right here. That's why. I think Emo's actually fine up front right here. We have to verse a Team Flare member here. There it is. Hiding behind a rock. What level Pokemon does he have or she have? Or he has, I think. Oh, I guess I could just see it. Level 21. What is that? What typing is Bastiodon? It looks like a steel something. Like a steel rock or something. It is a steel rock. I'm a genius. It has insane defense, insane special defense, and not that high HP. It dies from fighting and ground. So we're going to Confuse Ray and then change into our Mammal Swine. Steel is super effective, though, so this is a bit scary, but I think Confuse Ray is okay. And I don't think it'll have any crazy steel moves. It has Taunt, okay. It doesn't have crazy attack or special attack. It's a defense beast. It would be perfect for us to have an ice type that's like Bastiodon. Let's change to God here, though. Yeah, you hit yourself. The purpose of this is to demolish it with Mud Bomb. Let's go. It actually dies 4 times to ground. Because Steel dies to ground, Rock dies to ground, I guess. Ooh, Houndour. Houndour is perfect for Mud Bomb, too. I should probably change out because Fire,
Getting tired. I think I
One
might
hit KO.
catch some Z's. Jow smile.
Alright, ciao. Thanks for popping in. It was nice meeting ya. And hopefully see you soon. Hopefully I could see some cool art also. But yeah. Bye-bye. Nice meeting you, Slime. And I hope you have an amazing night. Well, sleep. Have a good one. Okay, this is good. The next trainer reverse is the trainer that we've lost a run with a frickin' Regice, okay? Because we went up against a frickin' fire legendary. I don't remember who it was, but I think we could avoid no, it's in 2 trainers. The next trainer I think is another Team Flare member. I might still talk in Discord. Nice. Okay. Good night. See ya. Bye-bye. Damn it. Should I go all the way for that item? I should. It's all randomized. And running into Pokemon is not a bad thing. So we could run into an ice type. It's just this freaking stupid trainer is like running a marathon. So I have to like avoid the trainer. Jump Bluff. That's a grass flying. Now I remember that. Okay. Oh, that was good. And it was just a berry. I don't know if that was good. This is why you save. This is why you save. This is why I save. I don't want the berry. I don't care about it. I thought there was a way to avoid this trainer, but I guess not. How many more trainers until the next So we have to verse Karina. We have to go to Reflection Cave. I forgot all about that. Where there's 2 trainers. 4 trainers we have to verse. And then our rival. And then 4 trainers in the 3rd gym. And then the gym later. This is why I was a bit scared. Of over-leveling. But if we get a 6th ice Pokemon that could carry. If we get someone like Kyurem, we should be good. Ancient Power. That's what I was trying to say before. Ancient Power. Jesus. I don't remember. Was Aurora's like same attack and special attack? Or no, I think it was higher special attack. Yeah, it's higher special attack. That being said, Ancient Power is 60 and Rock Throw is 50. We're gonna take out Rock Throw. I think that's the smart decision here. Ancient Power is pretty good. Also, the potential like boost to stats. Stupid Mudkip. I hate Mudkip. What I love though is Luck has the perfect counter to water types. Safe states? Yep. Safe states. Freeze Dry super effective baby against water types. Oh wait. Oh my god, I just realized Swampert was owning us on separate runs, but Swampert usually only dies to grass, right? Because it's a water ground. But Freeze Dry is super effective on it because it's a water type. That's actually insane. We have a counter to Swampert, which is so good. Yeah, basically I have different save states. I save pretty frequently because I know I screw up a lot. Oh, like almost running into that trainer. Hell yeah, we made it to the Geosense town, which is great. Let's see if maybe we buy more great balls. The thing is, we're gonna go into the cave soon, and that cave is actually frustrating. Oh, Caspi, how are you? My dog came in. Oh, we got access to hyper potions. I don't think we need them yet, though. That cave is frustrating, so we're going to buy some super potions. Revives we obviously don't need. Just going to buy another antidote. Going to buy 3 paralyze heals. 2 awakenings. I like having a lot of these. They're always helpful. And an escape rope, I guess. Just in case. And like 2 super repels. I'm going to spend the rest of my money on great balls. I'll buy like 3. Let's actually have some money on the side for once. Because for ultra balls or something, I don't know. We're also gonna get rid of. I think we had a comet shard. Okay, we have a blue shard. Yeah, it costs like no money, so we might be able to use that. I'm gonna get rid of comet shard. 15,000. That's actually great. Thinking about the times you drove in my car. Yeah, we have to verse the girl here, which we've lost with Reggie Ice against this next trainer. I think we only had 1 or 2 Pokemon though, so you know, it's okay. We have 5 Pokemon now. Still could lose 1 though, which is a bit scary. Let's pick Mewtwo Knight. Oh, we can't even use Mewtwo. That's so sad. Let's just do this cutscene. And I don't think there's anything else. I think we could get an item, but we don't really need it. We're going to go for the let's get this item. This is a free item. I was thinking of a different item. Oh, it's a great ball. That's actually good. Master Ball would be better, but whatever. Jesus. It's like hard to talk. Okay. Okay. Let's get into this battle. This will be a battle. A bit of a scary battle. We're going to keep Emo for Confuse Ray as usual. You guys ready? You guys ready for this battle? What do you got, girl? A coughing. Please don't have self-destruct coughing. He's a poison, which means he dies to Psychic, which we don't have. Ice will do regular damage to it. So we're going to Confuse Ray into an Icy Wind here. Hit yourself, loser. Assurance. Jesus. That was unexpected. Assurance is a flying move, right? Oh. No, it's a dark move. I'm an idiot. Why did I think it's a flying move? It's a dark move. Let me think of who to pop out. I think God could be okay here. Yeah, we're gonna go with God. Because he could set up Hail also, which will be useful, obviously. And my dog left. Hit yourself. Oh my god, he never hits himself. Jesus, critical hit, loser. Let's go with Hail here. So our evasiveness goes up. This is pretty much all our other Pokemon. And he'll be hit by Hail. Good. Now we're gonna Ice Fang here. Mud Bomb might... Nah, Ice Fang's good, I think. Ooh, Frozen! He thawed out and snapped out of confusion at the same time. Are you kidding me? Jesus Christ. Okay. It's okay. Ice Fang should kill here. That was like the unluckiest we could get against that Pokemon. Okay, a Breloom. We could Peck or Ice Fang. Ice Fang, we got stab damage. And it's a physical attack. So, yeah, that's definitely the move to go. And just like that, boys, we did it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go, baby. Snowflake wants Aurora Beam. Snowflake, I don't know if you need Aurora Beam. But, Cryogono. I don't know how to spell it. Oh, I spelled it right. He's a special attacker. I keep double checking, but I forget. That's why. Okay, if he's a special type, Aurora Beam, I'm pretty sure is special and could confuse. It lowers the target's attack. Icy Wind is pretty much worse. So we're just going to get rid of Icy Wind. Oh, get out of here, Karina. And we get $4,000. Let's go. We lost against her with a Regice. So this is the furthest we've gone in like, I don't know, 50 runs. Jesus, that was close. And a lot of runs. Oh my god, let's get off the rollerblades here. Okay, so here, I actually have a list of how to get through this area. I probably should have gone back to Connecting Cave for free TM, but we'll do that later. I kind of I hate when they go in circles. Here we have... Oh, we could use Cut for a TM. Yeah, I didn't know that. Okay, we'll have to go up against a few trainers here in the cave. Whew. Mega Evolution, blah blah blah. We've gone through that. Actually, we've passed this on. I don't know. It's been a very long time since we've gotten to this area. Oh look, Swirlix. Let's see what this is. It's an escape rope. Wow. Wow. I don't remember if there's anything up here, so we're just gonna check. This is where we might have access to a TM with Cut. Oh no, it's a Sky Trainer. Never mind. We're just gonna go through the grass here. Mr. Mime. Nope, bye-bye. I always get confused with Mr. Mime and Jinx. Wait, does this guy not verse you? We're gonna save and test out if he verses you. Seems like he doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't. I always get scared of people that verse you that end up not actually versing you. Okay, we need to heal here. Like for 100%, we need to heal. Our guys are suffering, okay? So we could go all the way back to heal, which I'm an idiot. I should have healed right away afterwards. This is a double battle. There's someone who heals you in this cave, but we would have to verse 1, 2. Okay, we'd have to verse 2 trainers before gaining access to that. You know what? Let's just verse them. I'm not scared. This might be really dumb, but Umbreon. Umbreon has dark moves. Aurorus doesn't die by dark, so we should be okay here. We're gonna go with Freeze Dry just because Freeze Dry is just so good. Jesus, that didn't do much damage. Let's see how much Ancient Power does out of curiosity. Ooh, yes, we got the boost to our stats. No, Confuse Ray. That's like the worst timing. If you Confuse Ray like a turn, I should have Thunder Waved. That was my bad. I should have Thunder Waved. Okay, we're probably gonna heal up after this one. Don't hit your... Yes, Snap Out of Confusion. This should kill you. Okay, perfect. The next trainer has a level 24, a level 25, and a level 24. I kind of want to heal before that. I'm not going to lie. I know this is time consuming, but this is the difference of, you know, ruining runs for yourself and not ruining runs for yourself. This is literally... Ooh, that was so close. Jesus. Okay, we passed by everyone somehow. I see it's very close by, so it's not a big deal, I think. Don't want to waste potions also, you know. This is all for just one trainer, which is fun. I think I remember how to do this. It's a bit tricky because you have to pass by some trainers in this next area in the cave. What am I doing? I am so stupid. Okay, I saved right there, and I was going the complete wrong direction. But I was scared I might run into one of these trainers by accident. Especially this one. Oh, this one doesn't move. This one moves though. Okay, it looks like we're fine now. Bell Sprout, more like Bell. I don't know. Oh, my family's some of my family is going to Florida for vacation in like half an hour. Let me make sure my phone is in case they message me or something. They didn't. They're leaving at 2:30, which is when I end stream. So it's actually perfect timing for me. But I'm gonna keep my phone on ringer just in case, you know, they leave early. And I'm gonna go say bye. Okay. So if I remember correctly, there is an item here. Okay. I'm happy I remembered that correctly. There. Ooh, Gib, I wish we could catch you. I freaking wish we could have a Garchomp. Doing a dragon-only randomizer Nuzlocke would be super fun. Super hard not super hard, but hardish Gen 6 and onward because of fairy types. But I think it would be really fun. Let me run away. Jesus, a level 21 Houndoom is faster than me? Oh, that's another free item. We're going to save here. And we're saving a lot. This is where things become a bit tricky. I think we have to go down for an item and then come back up. I don't remember. Wait, what the hell is this? What the heck? Oh, okay. Dratini, oh my god. What are these Pokemon? But we have to avoid this trainer down there, which is a very annoying trainer to avoid from what I remember. She just looks... Oh, that's her. Okay, I'm going to save right here. Because I think it could go down. Yep, okay. To get an item, and then go back... Yep, I was right. And then go back across to actually progress through. Castform, we were talking about Castform earlier. Just going to run away from Castform here. Let's gain access to a metal plate, so that's probably makes grass type moves stronger. That would be my assumption. I like running into Castform. You know, he's not fast, so I could run away easily, and he doesn't look scary to run into. We're gonna save here again. Just want to waste less time in case I accidentally run into him. It's like speedrunner strats, you know. I think okay, yeah. This person we have to verse. 3 Pokemon though. That's so scary. Yan Mega I think is what, just a bug Pokemon? Is it a bug flying? I think it's just bug. Oh, it is bug flying. Bug flying. So rock would be super effective, and ice because of flying. So we could actually freeze dry and oh, it detected. That's annoying. We could probably ancient power to get stat benefits, and that would be really helpful. And it killed him. Oh, that's perfect. That's beautiful. Level 27, though. That's a bit... Oh, that's so scary. Our guys are leveling up way too much. We don't need Endure. We don't need Endure. Brokey. Ooh, yes. Freeze Dry is super effective on Water-type Pokemon. But Water's super effective on us. I forgot that. That's an important point I have to remember. And Mawile, which dies to Fire-type Pokemon, which we obviously don't... Fire-type moves, which we obviously don't have. It's a Steel Fairy. Steel is very scary. It dies to Ground as well, though. Steel is 4 times super effective, I'm pretty sure, against Aurorus. Yes, it is. So we're going to have to change to someone where Steel doesn't kill them, or it's not that effective. So... Everyone on our team dies to Steel, unfortunately. We're going to change to Mamoswine, I think. We're going to change to God here to hit with a Ground move. Because Ground kills Steel. It's a bit scary because like we could die by the things... Like, we could die by Steel Pokemon, but we could kill them with Mud Bomb. So it's like, it's risky to attack them, but, you know, it's like our only chance, kind of. Only choice. It's kind of interesting. Okay, thankfully no one had to die for that, and no one leveled up. Oh, good. We cannot level up too much. The reason is, after the third... I'll tell you guys the reason. I've said it before, but like, after the 3rd gym, the level cap goes from 32 to 34. Okay, we have to verse Karina, who will have a level 32 Pokemon. Then we have to verse our rival, who has 3 Pokemon that are in their 30s. Okay? And then we verse the fourth, and then we have to verse two gym members three gym members in the fourth gym, and then the gym leader, which means we have to verse 5 Pokemon and not level up past 2 levels, which is a bit hard with the randomizers because we could literally fight like 5 Groudon type Pokemon in a row, which essentially means, oh, I didn't know that was a shortcut to that all this time. 5 Groudon type Pokemon in a row give a lot of XP, you know? Best case scenario is essentially catching a Kyurem and just sweeping with Kyurem and taking off. Here's the person that heals all your Pokemon. Taking off XP share, and that just makes it much easier. Because we could sweep with Dragon Rage. I don't know if we could sweep with Dragon Rage at this point, actually. Yeah, maybe we can't.
Hello there.
Hey, Depth, how are ya? Feel like it's been so long. Did your vacation finish? And how's life? Okay, here. I think this is the area you could go. Nah. This is why I saved. You could go down. There we go. And up. And you go down for an item. A fracture. Jesus. How you doing? This is our best run in a while, by the way. We've had 132 resets. Isn't that crazy? Oh, no. This is the right way. Wait, what was the other way then? What am I doing that's wrong? Let me look at my notes. I should have looked at them originally. Reflection came. Up for item. Okay, next floor. East for item on a hill. South to Tierno. East. Oh, damn it. I'm supposed to go back up. Oh, I'm stupid. My vacation finished. Aw. We're on another exam week. Damn, that sounds sucky. Oh, I just stood there for like 5 minutes. I'm so stupid. Okay. All right, like, okay. Can you just let me pass by this woman? I don't want to verse her. She's just like crazy. She's crazy. Stop it. I don't care about your fiance. She's like talking about how she left her fiance. Oh my God. Oh, that was so hard, she said. Good luck, Lamau. Thanks. Oh, you're leaving? You just popped in to say hi? Don't leave me. I mean, you could leave. You could leave if you want. All right, let's pick up this item. Flying Gem. That probably helps flying type Pokemon. I don't know how helpful that is to us right now, but could be useful later. She's stupid. She's stupid. You're just, stop it. She's just trying to find, look at her. Look at, she's like as quick as a freaking like ninja. Oh, thank God. It's like one of the most annoying Pokemon trainers to pass by. At least until the 5th badge, from what I remember. We have to pass by another trainer here, but this guy's easier to pass by. He's a fighter guy. How do I remember this? Lumio Skelette. I don't even know what that is. Probably for a specific Pokemon. Oh! That's like one of the only chances he could fight us. And I screwed up. Swablu. We've had Swablu in caves before. We just like, no! I actually screwed that up. Are you kidding me? Oh my God, bro. How am I so bad? Like, I've been doing so well until now. Okay, I'm gonna save here. Because I've been screwing this up way too often. The good thing is, I don't think we have to... Oh, I think we have to verse one more. I think we have to verse one more trainer in here. Oh no, we have to verse 2, it seems like. And possibly 3 if we want to get an extra TM. Okay. This is one of them that we have to verse. Did I heal up? I think I healed up. Okay, Togetic. We probably should have... Oh no, he's flying fairy or something, right? Yeah. He's definitely flying. He has wings, so... Jesus, Luck, you're way too high level here. Everyone's... Okay, Executor is just gonna die by freeze dry for sure. Yep. Oh, it's so easy to freaking sweep with Luck. But Luck is going up way too many levels. The level cap is a bit scary. Okay, I think there's another breeder here that heals your Pokemon up ahead. So what we're gonna do here? Go north and avoid double battle. Go right for item. Go left until trainer. Go southwest, battle trainer if must, and use stairs. I think I remember this area pretty well. Ugh. I almost forgot about it. I didn't realize that trainer is so close. We're gonna save here. Ooh. Was that not amazing, guys? Oh, wait. We can't avoid the double battle. Shit. Why did I make a note for myself to avoid double battle if we can't avoid it? That's so dumb. I'm so dumb. Oh, that was before I knew that you can't avoid it. Double battles are scary. Okay, I think having emo. This is the plan. We're gonna have emo up front to confuse Ray, and we're gonna have God up front to set up a hail. I think that's our best bet. Hopefully we don't lose anyone. This could be scarier than gym leaders. Zygarde? Are you freaking kidding me? And a Kangaskhan. Zygarde is Dragon Ground. Oh, he gets killed 4 times to ice because he's Dragon Ground. So we're gonna actually Ice Fang. I'm too scared of Zygarde. I don't know if Confuse Ray is worth it. I think we're gonna use the ice moves because it's a bit scary. Oh, it used Safeguard. Okay, good. Rage shouldn't do much. And Ice Fang should kill it. Yes! Zygarde's actually the best Pokemon to go up against with this team. But it's actually not the best because we're getting way too much experience. Oh, that's so frustrating. Kangaskhan is a weird Pokemon. What is he, a ground rock or something? Oh, he's just a normal type? I've never realized that. He seems like, or I probably have realized and I've forgotten, but like, he doesn't seem like a normal type. We're just gonna hail. So why not? And then we'll just confuse Ray. I think we could take our time with him. Oh, I forgot they put up a safeguard. That was really dumb by me. Mega Punch could be scary. Okay, what do we do here? I think Mud Bomb is fine, and we'll go for an Icy Wind. Ominous Wind might have been better, actually. But that did a lot of because of critical hit. Jesus. That did a lot of damage. What the hell? Well, we're going to be able to kill it now for sure. So let's go. Oh, that was scary, bro. Don't give us too much XP. 957 XP. What's wrong with this game? You know what? It's not bad. We're not even at level 32. You know, we're already up to the next town. It's actually looking pretty good. I think, yeah. Oh, that guy turned his head. I think, so we have to verse that guy if we want to get access to a TM. We're going to ignore that right now. We're going to come back here if I remember. For now, we're just going to ignore everything there. And we're just going to, oh my God, we actually made it to the city. Oh my God. Okay, according to my notes, blah, 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 pass hiker, up the stairs north of the city, go inside, cutscene into battle. Okay, we have to verse our rival, which will have 3 Pokemon. I have notes here. I have notes. I'm actually so smart sometimes. I told myself to have all my Pokemon around level 27 at this point. Oh my God, this actually works so well. I didn't realize that. Okay, beautiful. So we're gonna verse the rival, our rival, which will have 3 Pokemon, level 28, 28, and 30. That's actually pretty high, so it's gonna be a little scary. And then we're gonna verse 4 trainers in the 3rd gym, which we have to verse before versing the gym leader. After versing the gym leader, we have to verse Karina. We get access to Surf, which hopefully we could teach someone in our party, and we have Swampert if we can or whatever. And I think we could skip pretty much every trainer until the next city where we verse our rival again, and then we'll go to the 4th gym. So between the 3rd and 4th gym, there's not much, which is beautiful. And yeah, I have notes here until the 6th gym, until a little after the 6th gym. I have to make more notes for the 7th and 8th. This actually might be the final run, guys. This is actually like a great run. I mean, it's still too soon to say. We only have 2 gym badges out of 8. We haven't even versed the, you know, obviously the champion, the Elite Four, and everything is gonna be very scary. But listen, things are gonna get interesting. Okay, before we move on, because we do get into a cutscene where we're forced to verse, to verse our rival. I think we could avoid it, but whatever. Let's think here. Do we want to push in with luck? I kind of want to. Luck has a pretty good HP. If we run into a steel Pokemon or something, that would be scary. I think Emo might be best, just because Emo has Confuse Ray. I'm relying too heavily on Confuse Ray, but I think that could be okay. Okay, we get the stone, blah, blah, blah. Now we have to go into the tower and verse our rival. Actually, I think the stream is going to end after this rival battle. Which means tomorrow's stream is going to start versing the 3rd freaking gym. Oh, God. Assuming that this battle goes well. I really hope this battle goes well. I so hope it goes well. I don't think we have to verse Karina. Yeah, we don't have to verse Karina until after the 3rd gym, so that's good. Blah, 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 blah. I'm going to put the game audio on because why not? Usually I put some crazy music. Oh, I lied. Jesus, that guy's eyebrows are insane. What the hell? Big P, that's my name, baby. Alright, let's get into the battle. We already read all this, like the 7th reset, alright? They're just talking about Mega Evolution, how mysterious it is, and let's just fight. I just wanna fight. Yes. Oh, I guess I could save here, but we'll just save. Let me talk to you, women. You ready to go up against the Pong Master? Oh, she has higher level Pokemon than me. Infernape? Are you serious? She has an Infernape? Oh my god. I forgot her starter was an Infernape probably. Because the starters stay. Shit. That was really dumb. Okay. It's a fighting type too, so we can't even change to Auroras. Shit. I feel like Mamoswine could do stuff, but we're gonna confuse right here. And then change to Mamoswine. I think that's our best option here. Oh, Flame Wheel. No! Are you kidding me? Okay, Mud Bomb. Hit yourself. It used Furry Swipes. Okay, whatever. How many times are you gonna hit Furry Swipes? He gets all 5 Furry Swipes? Are you kidding me? Mud Bomb didn't even do as much. Hit yourself for once. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Hit yourself. He snapped out. Ah! Oh my god! Are you freaking kidding me? Everyone dies. And she's gonna heal up now. Like, we literally got the most unlucky RNG possible. The most unlucky. Confuse Ray does nothing for 3 turns. Snaps out of confusion. Like, who do we change into? If we change into luck, we die. Like, we could ancient power, but I just gotta hope that she heals up and ancient powers. And that ancient power is enough. Oh, he missed. He missed with furry swipes. Freaking using furry swipes instead of like... So stupid. This game is so dumb. Oh my god. Great, a steel grass type. Like, perfect. Steals 4 times... what do I do against Ferrothorn now? Oh my god. Fire's the only thing that kills it. And fighting. Like, ice is normal damage on it. So do I just take the risk here? Of dying? Like, Snowflake is too weak. I think we take the risk. I can do it, I hope. I'm just gonna take the risk and... I mean, Thunder Waving might be smart, but... it's her highest level Pokemon too. We're just gonna freeze dry and see what happens. Oh, it didn't get frozen. It used Gyro Ball. How heavy. This run's over. I'm ending stream after this, guys. I'm ending stream. I'm ending stream after this. Like, this run is for sure over. We just got insanely unlucky. There's no way Snowflake can survive. There's literally like 0 way. Snowflake has no good moves either. Binds would do like almost nothing because it's a steel type. I literally, we're screwed. I have to Aurora Beam. Like, what the hell, bro? How insane did I make this challenge for myself? God damn it, bro. I thought this was gonna be the run. I really believed in this run. I just... let's brine. This brine will do double damage, even though it's a grass type. Yeah, I was just curious to see how much it would do. Well, thanks for watching, guys. And, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have an amazing night. Oh, thanks for following, Slime. Thanks for people who spend PPs. Thanks for the mods. Thanks for the subscribers, the viewers, the old-time crazy people with bits, the PPP users. I'm about to end stream. You know, I just lost the frickin' run. Have an amazing night, guys. Yeah, bad timing, bro.